Recording in progress. So we are waiting for the minister who's got Japanese ambassador with us, and the Chief Executive Officer for Kaizen Institute of Zambia. As we are waiting for the minister to come, I would invite the CEO to come and welcome you. We'll do the national anthem and the prayer immediately the minister is here. But for now, I would ask the CEO to come and welcome you.
Good morning, colleagues. Before I do my welcoming remarks, let me acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Chief of Mission from the Japanese Embassy, Mr. Satoshi. And his entourage from the JICA mission team. Colleagues, let me also acknowledge the colleagues in the industry, particularly those who will be judging the continuous improvement projects that will be submitted here, and also senior government officials who might be here, and let me just say chapters of industry. May I welcome you wholeheartedly to this year's National Kaizen Conference that is being held under the theme Enhancing Enterprise Competitiveness Through Kaizen. A double welcome to those who are participating in this conference for the first time and to our international participants. This conference, as you might know, has now become a national calendar event for organizations practicing Kaizen or any other continuous improvement activity to showcase the results of their continuous improvement projects, share ideas with like-minded colleagues, and interact with the policy makers. The National Kaizen Conference 2022 will show the types of problems organizations are identifying and solving using the Kaizen approach to achieve desired tasks, and show how these solutions are positioning Zambia towards achieving our development objectives of becoming a prosperous middle-income country by 2030. In short, to show how we are following our own compass and controlling it. May I say welcome and feel free in the spirit of Kaizen. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. So, I would like to introduce the teams. Are you all here? So, I'll start with Team Free Thinkers from ZRI. Just wave at me, wherever you are. ZRI. Okay, they are here. Team Sanjay, Kafio Steel, where are you? All right, I can see you. Okay. Team Quality Control from Hitachi. Just wave at me. Okay, I can see you. Team Achievers, Kafio Steel. Team Achievers. All right, thank you. Team Riantanshi from Strong Park, Zambia Limited. Okay, thank you for coming. Team Quality, Hitachi. Team Quality. Okay, I can see you. Team Quality Agents from Kafesti. Okay, thank you for coming. Team Innovators from Strong Park. Oh, you're still there. Okay, thank you. Team Trikatane from Pemba Town Council. Okay, thank you, Team Trikatane. Team West Innovators from Kafesti. Oh, okay. Team Trendsetters from ZCSA. Oh, welcome, ZCSA. Team Power from Kafesti. Okay, thank you for coming. Team Brewing from Zambia Breweries. Oh, thank you. Team Musumbuko, where are you? From Pemba Town Council. Welcome. Team Vigilant from Kanyama General Hospital. Welcome. Okay. Team Sparrow from Kanyama General Hospital. Thank you for coming. Team Pamosi from Zambia Breweries. Where are you? Okay, I can see you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Is the NEPA representative ready? He should be joining us virtually.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, sir. We're still waiting for the minister, but would allow you to give us a speech.
Moderator, can you hear me and can you see me?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you. But you are loud and clear. You can proceed.
Good morning. Can I deliver my speech?
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. And I think the Honorable Mulambo Ayimbe, Acting Minister, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, will be coming soon. And Mr. Boniface Nadisiwa, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Mr. External Lawrence, Zambia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Mr. Satoshi Ominato, Deputy Chief of Michigan Embassy of Japan, Mr. Kazuhiko Okuhashi, Chief Representative of Zambia Office, Mr. Chora Muikawa, Executive Director of Kaizen Institute Zambia, and Mr. Hiroshi Adachi, Japanese expert at Kaizen Institute Zambia, and distinguished invited guests, and ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. Allow me to express our sincere gratitude to Zambia authority and the people for warmly welcoming us to participate in this conference. On behalf of Dr. Ibrahim Hassan Mayaki, Chief Executive Officer of the African Union Development Agency, I would like to welcome you all to the year 2020 National Kaizen Conference. The theme for this conference is Enhancing Enterprise Competitiveness through Kaizen. As we know, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on African society and the economy has been very severe.
I believe, however, it is important to note tremendous progress made thus far despite of this unusual crisis. In fact, Sub-Saharan Africa economy was anticipated to expand by 3.7% in year 2021 and further 3.8% in year 2020. Although it is important to remember our achievement, let us not be complacent. We need to increase our efforts as African recovery unfortunately remains the slowest of any region, despite of all our progresses. We believe that Kaizen quality productivity improvement (QPI) plays a catalytic role in transforming and enhancing key elements of competitiveness and critical for Africa to achieve its industrialization aspiration as envisaged under Agenda Year 2063. Along with some of the lessons we have learned from the impact of COVID-19 and the opportunity presented by implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Areas. Kaizen aspires to realize manufacturing value added by reducing the cost of production. It does this by minimizing the risk along the supply chain, improving quality products, and reducing defect, enhancing skill of worker while creating decent workplace, strengthening the capacity of firm and building their global competitiveness and bankability and ready in the project for foreign direct investment. The introduction Kaizen extended beyond QPI and cost and waste reduction. In fact, the philosophy behind the Kaizen is multidimensional, as it often leads to the positive change of the mindset of business owner, manager, supervisor, and worker toward attitude of yes, we can. This could address workplace changing and develop problem-solving skills that eventually lead to positive workplace culture that lifts spirit and promotes practice of creativity and innovation. With such philosophy, company can turn to the misfortune caused by the pandemic to opportunity for developing new businesses in this fast-paced changing the global environment. In order to accelerate the realization of those positive impacts of Kaizen in Africa, JICA and Africa Union Development Agency, AUDA-NEPAD, launched the Africa Kaizen Initiative in year 2017 with key implementable strategic and developed comprehensive action plan year 2021, year 2025. That is already in good progress. As you may recall, last year I stated this same occasion to establish the stakeholder meeting attended by the head of Kaizen Quality and Productivity Improvement Institution in Africa. We organized ourselves into 5 working groups dealing with the following tasks. Working Group 1, a standardization common key performance indicator of Kaizen. Working Group 2, preparing standardization Kaizen QPA trainings, curriculum and consultancy services. Working Group 3, designing certificate system for the Kaizen QPI consultants. Working Group 4, institutionalization of Africa Kaizen Annual Conference and Africa Kaizen Awards. And Working Group 5 deal with establishment of strengthening a center of excellence on Kaizen QPI in Africa. A year later, I'm very happy to report that each of working group has created so many tangible outputs through their activity. One particular achievement is the establishment of strengthening of center of excellence in Africa, through which activity was developed for the 6 main criteria. Criteria number 1, organizational setup. Number 2, leadership. Number 3, expertise. Number 4, task and program design. Number 5, certification incentive and award system. And number 6, marketing and promotion and growth strategy. We hope those criteria will help Center of Excellence in Africa to become core institution to promote Kaizen activity in Africa. The intention through those criteria is to evaluate our own Kaizen Institute to identify what is missing, what can be improved in order to become Africa Kaizen Center of Excellence. The exercise, which is already being undertaken by our host, the Kaizen Institute of Zambia, I believe, we sincerely hope that Kaizen will grow even more skill and capacity, hence the importance of holding this annual national conference in Zambia to promote implementation by Kaizen Institute of Zambia. Through this conference, we are able to track the actual quality of Kaizen activity in each company and promote improvement of Kaizen activity through a friendly library. I would like to also take this opportunity to inform you that ALDANEPA and JICA are planning to hold the 7th African Kaizen Conference in October this year through a hybrid format, webinar and physical attendance. At that time, the outstanding Kaizen activity company will be selected from all African candidates. So, application of this year's awarding process will be announced soon. So, I do hope that the winner of this conference will participate in the Africa Kaizen Award and stand a chance to win this award. Last but not least, I hope that year 2020 National Conference, Kaizen Conference in Zambia will be very fruitful and meaningful, not only for the participants in this conference, but also in promoting Africa Kaizen initiative as a whole. I wish you a successful deliberation. Thank you very much for your attention. Jikomo Kwambili.
Thank you, Mr. Inui, for that great speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 17 teams participating this year's conference, but they will be assessed by 4 judges. So allow me to introduce the judges that we have. I'll start with Engineer John Kapenda. So just wave to the audience. Yeah, so Engineer John Kapenda is a senior manager for RDA, Senior Manager Monitoring and Evaluation. He's a fellow of the Zambia, of the Engineering Institute of Zambia, with over 25 years practical and professional experience in project and contract management of building and civil engineering works. Engineer Kapenda is both a certified Kaizen consultant and trainer, and he has been practicing Kaizen for more than 5 years. His area of specialization includes designing of various frameworks of road works, such as vendor rating system for assessing the performance of contractors and consultants on road projects, quality assurance system for road works, cost estimation, guidelines for engineering works, including coordinating the formulation of strategies and policies on 5S, Kaizen, and total quality management. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Building Science from Copperbelt University, a post-diploma in project management from Cambridge, and a Master's of Engineering in Municipal and Water Infrastructure, specializing in integrated urban engineering under UNESCO IH Delft. That's Engineer Kapenda for you. A round of applause, a great civil. We have another judge or another assessor, was Professor Benedict Shala, who's the Vice Chancellor. So I just wave at the people. So Professor Shala is the Vice Chancellor at Gideon Roberts University. He's a trained Army officer from the Zambia Military Academy. He studied Bachelor of Education from University of Zambia. He holds a master's degree in Public Sector Management and Developmental Economics. He has a doctorate at the Trinity Graduate School from India. He further attended the Development Academy in the Philippines, the Spring Singapore Academy, the Intern Carer in Malaysia, the ILO Institute in Italy, and later trained in various management courses in Botswana and South Africa. He has been serving Zambian government and the SADC region. A round of applause for the professor. Another judge we have is Madam Jacqueline Piri Chipuma. Madam, where are you? Just wave to the people. Okay. So Madam Jacqueline is a productivity practitioner with more than 10 years of providing consultancy to both public and private sector. She has also extensive experience in labor administration and industrial relations. She has a passion for productivity research, and she's the main author of the Zambia Productivity Report, an annual publication of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. She is currently the Chief Productivity Measurement Officer in the National Productivity Development Department under the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. She holds a Master's of Arts degree in Economics and Policy Management and a Bachelor's degree in Economics from the University of Zambia. A round of applause for Madam Chipura. The fourth judge we have is Madam Florence Kunda. Madam Kunda, where are you? Okay, she's there. So Madam Kunda is a business transformation resource person who specializes in business process reengineering and IT management. She has experience in aviation, mining, and banking. She is the head of innovation and development at Atlas Mara Bank. Prior to joining Atlas Mara, she was working for Stanbic Bank as the head of business transformation. She also held various portfolios at Stanbic Bank. She holds a Bachelor of Science honors degree in Business Information System, Computer Information Technology from Sheffield Hallam University, and a Master of Business Administration MBA in Management and Business Administration General. She is a Lean Six Sigma Green Belt practitioner, a trained Kaizen consultant. A round of applause for Madam Florence. So I'm well informed that the minister is here. So we'll pause for a while as we're waiting for the minister to walk in. Then immediately the minister arrives, we shall all stand and have the national anthem sung and a prayer. Thank you. The minister is here, so the conference can officially open. National anthem. Mr. Mauluka, can you lead us the national anthem? Then we immediately have a prayer.
We'll sing together. Stand and sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of work and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We've won freedom's fight, all one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's good hand. peace neath Zambia's sky, like our noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, all one, strong and free. Praise be to God. Bless our great nation. Free men will stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, all one, strong and free. Thank you very much. Let us pray. Almighty God, creator of heavens and earth, the author of life, we thank you for this wonderful day. We thank you for the gathering where we are here to share things that will lead Mother Zambia to development and prosperity. Come and guide us and lead us, oh God, as we start. Come and give us your peace and your wisdom to be round about. We ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mauluka. We can take our seats. We can be seated. Honorable Minister, Mr. Mulumba Himbe MP, Acting Secretary, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor, the head of Japanese mission in Zambia, Mr. Satoshi Omanato, the NIPAD representative, Mr. Inui, the Chief Executive Officer of Kaizen Institute of Zambia, the Director of National Productivity Development Department, Mr. Mayamba, government officials present, the Kaizen expert joining us via virtually, Mr. Kiyoshi Adachi, the CEOs and directors of industry, participating teams, invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 National Kaizen Conference held under the theme Enhancing Enterprise Competitiveness through Kaizen. This conference is held both physically and virtually, but we are all united under the common spirit of continuous improvement. Ladies and gentlemen, before I call upon the CEO of the Kaizen Institute of Zambia, allow me to just make an announcement that we are still under COVID-19 pandemic, and so we should observe the guidelines prescribed by the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health here in Zambia. So we need to maintain the 1 meter distance. We need to sanitize. The Kaizen Institute of Zambia has provided the stationed hand sanitizers where you need to sanitize, to wash your hands. We also remind you to always put on the mask, and no hugs and no handshakes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my rare privilege to call upon the CEO of Kaizen Institute of Zambia to come and give welcome remarks and give objectives of this conference. Mr. Mwitwasa.
Honorable Acting Minister for the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Honorable Mulambo Ahimbe, the Acting Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Mrs. Vivian Ndlovu, the Chief of Mission at the Japanese Embassy, Mr. Satoshi, the NEPAD representative, Mr. Eiji Inoue, the Director of Productivity Department, Mr. Cyprian Mayamba, may I just say all protocols observed. As I said before, let me welcome you once again to this year's National Kaizen Conference that's being held under the theme Enhancing Enterprise Competitiveness Through Kaizen. As I said, a double welcome to those of you who are coming here for the first time and to those international participants participating from wherever you are. Honorable Minister, as I said, the Zambia Kaizen or the Kaizen Conference is now a national calendar event for organizations that are undertaking any continuous improvement projects to come and showcase the result of such continuous improvement projects and to provide a framework for practitioners of Kaizen to share ideas and network so that we can begin to move as one. This year, we have 17 projects that will be showcased that will show various problems that are being identified and solved. Honorable Minister, this to us provides an opportunity to see what type of solutions that Zambians are putting in place to position ourselves towards achieving our development objectives of becoming a prosperous middle-income country by 2030. This is important that you are here and you have demonstrated that you are not scared of the COVID and team to come and be with us as a commander, for which we are very thankful for this support. Before I say this, before I go forward, I want to say that Zambia's Kaizen practice is of international standard. Going by what some of you have participated in the international forum have been able to achieve. We are proud of you and we would like to continue to making you be that tigers that will take this country forward by enhancing our competitiveness. One thing we know is that Zambia may not always compete on price, but we can compete on quality because we can do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask the Deputy Head of the Japanese Mission in Zambia, Mr. Satoshi Ominato, to come and address us.
The Honorable Mr. Mulambo Haimbe, Acting Minister of Labor and Social Security, Ms. Vivian Njogu, Acting PS, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Mr. Chola Muitwa, Chief Executive Officer, Kaizen Institute of Zambia, Mr. Inui Eiji, NEPAD Agency Representative, Mr. Matsumura Motohiro, Senior Representative, JICA Office, Zambia. Teams participating Kaizen activities, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Chola Muitwa, CEO of the Kaizen Institute of Zambia, or KIZ, for inviting the Embassy of Japan to the 2022 National Kaizen Conference. It is an important occasion to review Kaizen activities of the past year and select outstanding teams, which will represent Zambia in the international competition to be held in India later this year. I am delighted to meet with Honorable Mr. Mulambo Haimbe, Acting Minister of Labor and Social Security this morning, who, according to the decision of the New Dawn government, is Minister responsible for KIZ. I hope that the Kaizen concept will be further disseminated throughout the country under the New Dawn government. Every year we are impressed with the excellence of KIZ when a number of teams from Zambia win prizes at the international competition. Let us look at how the Zambian teams fared in the international competition last year. Uyantanshi received the Gold Award, while Rock Breakers, Shuko, Sparrow, and Waste Utilizers received the Silver Awards on quality control circles. That means all 5 organizations from Zambia successfully won prizes. To the members of these teams, I wish to extend my sincere congratulations. This year, I understand Mr. Moitua mentioned 17 teams have made their way to today's conference. Let us hope that this year's winners will be as successful in the upcoming international competition as last year's winners. Ladies and gentlemen, my ambassador, Mr. Ryuta Mizuchi, in his speech at last year's National Kaizen Conference, expressed his concern about the impact of COVID-19 on the global economy in general and the Kaizen approach, which in particular focuses on Gemba, or the place you work physically. It is clear that the situation surrounding COVID-19 is changing rapidly, as we have seen a series of outbreaks of Delta and then Omicron variants since the last National Kaizen Conference. Indeed, I have heard that there have been considerable difficulties during the recent pandemic in implementing the Kaizen approach, which values face-to-face contact. On the other hand, it is also an undeniable fact that the Kaizen approach can be applied flexibly to ensure smooth management of organizations even in the era of new normal, as you, today's participating teams, have been successfully implementing to date. In 2019, when Ambassador Mizuchi had the opportunity to visit KIZ headquarters, Mr. Moitua said, to improve the performance of the Zambian industry, people should not shy away from challenging the status quo. This spirit of challenging the status quo is exactly what Zambia business and the public sector need, especially in the current new normal and the forthcoming post-COVID era. It is also important to note that this is the first National Kaizen Conference to be held after the completion of the series of JICA's projects that have assisted KIZ. JICA has been underpinning the Kaizen dissemination activities by the Zambian government for approximately 13 years, including phase 1 and 2 of the project, in addition to the volunteer dispatch program. Currently, JICA plans to follow up on the technical aspects of the Kaizen promotion activities by the Zambian government through the dispatch of volunteers. Meanwhile, it should be highlighted that JICA's assistance has so far been designed to support the Zambian side in acquiring and improving the capacity to carry out Kaizen activities autonomously and continuously, even after the completion of that project. In this regard, I am convinced that the Zambian government will further demonstrate a high level of self-sustainability and ownership in its own Kaizen activities in the future. So I hope that KIZ will be committed to cross-country initiatives in the future by sharing Zambian experiences, including the efforts to self-finance through charging for services, with other countries through JICA's Africa Kaizen initiative, among others. Last but not the least, I am very hopeful that today's participating teams will present structural ideas that embody the spirit of Kaizen and are adaptable to any circumstances. I wish you all a very successful conference today, and I hope all participants will continue to play a leading role in promoting and consolidating the Kaizen approach, not only in Zambia, but also in the entire Southern Africa region in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Satoshi. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ask the CEO of Kaizen Institute of Zambia to ask the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor to ask the Minister to officially open the conference.
Good morning once more again. This task is simple for me to call upon the Acting Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Vivian Ndlovu, to call upon the Honorable Minister to come and deliver his official opening statement as a guest of honor. Madam.
Good morning, everyone. My task is equally simple. Honorable Minister, allow me to adopt the protocols that have already been established by the Director of Ceremonies and previous speakers. My task, ladies and gentlemen, is to call upon the Honorable Minister, who is acting as the Minister of Labor and Social Security, Honorable Haimbe Mulambo. Honorable Minister, sir.
The Acting Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Mrs. Vivian Ndlovu, the Deputy Head of Mission from the Japanese Embassy, Mr. Satoshi Ominato, the representative of JICA here present, senior government officials, the Chief Executive Officer of the Kaizen Institute of Zambia, Mr. Chola Mwitwa, Chief Executive Officers of various organizations present, participating teams, invited guests, members of the press, and may I simply say distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am very delighted to officiate at this year's National Kaizen Conference on behalf of Honorable Brenda Tambatamba, the Minister of Labor and Social Security, who could not be here due to other national duties. This year's national conference is being held under the theme Enhancing Competitiveness Through Kaizen. I must mention that this theme is in line with the New Dawn government's agenda to accelerate the transformation of the Zambian economy into a resilient and competitive economy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is worth noting that Zambia, like any other nations around the world, continues to experience economic and social challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has changed people's lives in many ways. The change demands that as a people, we must adopt a way of life that places a premium on creativity, innovativeness, and discipline in the use of resources. This is the hallmark of Kaizen. The Kaizen concept can change the way our businesses operate by helping them improve the quality of their products through low-cost interventions that use workers' personal creativity and ingenuity to identify and solve work-related problems, thereby enhancing enterprise productivity and competitiveness. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, increasing productivity offers many benefits both at an organizational and a national level. At organizational level, it means less wastage and more income, hence increased profitability and competitiveness. Due to the use of human-centered approaches such as Kaizen, productivity improvement can also lead to increased job satisfaction, increased operational safety and health, and general well-being of employees. At a national level, growth in productivity leads to an increase in decent jobs, which results into more incomes and in the long run improved standard of living of the people. Kaizen has the potential to resolve most of the challenges that Zambia is facing, such as low levels of competitiveness, high unemployment levels, high indebtedness, and low levels of productivity. I therefore wish to employ the Kaizen Institute of Zambia and other organizations promoting productivity and excellence to redouble their efforts in ensuring that awareness on the importance of Kaizen is created and that all the citizens are encouraged to participate in seeking solutions to the country's challenges. Kaizen teaches that solutions to our problems lie in our hands, and so by transforming our mindset and believing that today can be better than yesterday and tomorrow can be better than today, we can all, working in concert, realize the vision of a prosperous Zambia. As government, we remain committed to creating a conducive policy and legislative environment in which a culture of continuous improvement can flourish. In this regard, I urge all the stakeholders in the social partners and cooperating partners to support the implementation of the National Productivity Policy and other initiatives aimed at transforming the lives of our people for the better. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in spite of the negative effects of the COVID pandemic, I am reliably informed that some companies continue to implement Kaizen projects and have attained tremendous results. I am also delighted that some of these organizations are here to share with us their success stories on how Kaizen has helped them reduce production costs, increase efficiency, and enhance worker morale. I therefore wish to take this opportunity to urge the institutions who are present here and those that are joining us virtually to continue on this path of excellence, even in the midst of challenges. For those that are still doubting the efficiency of the Kaizen technology, use this conference as a learning platform. Let me also urge the Kaizen Institute of Zambia to ensure that the experiences that will be shared during this conference are well documented and widely disseminated to encourage adoption of Kaizen countrywide. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I also understand that this conference, which has become an annual event, has served as a springboard for Zambian organizations to participate in international conventions on quality control circles since 2018, where they have minted top prizes. I therefore wish to offer my hearty congratulations and ask that they please continue promoting Zambia as an ideal investment destination to the outside world. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to pay special gratitude to the government of Japan, who through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, has over the years provided support to the Zambian government in the promotion of Kaizen. We look forward to the continued warm relations between the two nations and are eternally grateful for that support. With these remarks, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and privilege to officially declare the 2022 National Kaizen Conference officially open. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2022 National Kaizen Conference is officially opened. But before we proceed, we need to have a group photo. So I would ask everyone to come just in front of the high table, then the cameras will pick us. So please, I'm asking everyone to come. We have a group photo, then we can proceed. You're free to come, please, please, please. Just come stand here, please. The cameras are above us so they can easily pick. The social distance can be reduced to half a meter. Ladies and gentlemen, the minister is about to go. So as we break for, okay, staying. So after tea break, team Free Thinkers will present. So ZRA, get ready. After 10 minutes tea break, you are the first presenters. Thank you.
Can you switch off your microphone, please?
welcome back. According to our program, we're supposed to proceed and listen to presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So we have two streams. This is stream 1, and there's another stream in Luangwa Hall, stream 2. So according to our program, we'll begin with ZRIA, and they are ready. I can see them on the podium. So they're presenting a project on increasing data requests from 87% to 90% by December 2021. So ZRA, you can proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much. Before we start, we'd like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister, the Permanent Secretary, the Deputy Head of Mission, the CEO of Kaizen Institute of Zambia. All protocols are observed. My names are Elia Langford Lungu. I'm a senior economist at the Zambia Revenue Authority. My colleague on the right is Mr. Gregory Chileshe. He's also an economist in the research department within ZRA. So to begin with, our project. I'm a member of Team Free Thinkers. Same as, and we'll be presenting on behalf of our group. So the objective of our project was to increase data processing efficiency from 87% to 90% by December 2021. There is just the composition of our team, Free Thinkers, that was drawn from the different units within our department. So as everyone is aware, ZRA, we are an organization that is mandated to collect tax revenue on behalf of the government. Our vision is to be a world-class model of excellence in revenue administration Our mission statement is clearly specified on the screen there, and the corporate values that we live by are also shown on the screen. Yes, just for perspective, we have a presence in all the 10 provinces of the country, and we have a presence at all entry and exit points within Zambia. So for us as an organization to attain our objectives, our strategic direction is anchored around 4 key result areas. Those are shown on the screen, but I'll draw your attention to key result area number 2, satisfied and knowledgeable taxpayers. This one speaks directly to the projects that the team undertook. Next slide. As I alluded to in my earlier remarks, we come from the corporate research and corporate strategy department. Our department performs a variety of functions within the space of ZRA, but I will draw your attention to objective number 10, which is the maintenance and provision of trade and tax-related statistics to both internal and external stakeholders. So this is a particular departmental objective that the project is directly feeding into. Next slide. So for theme selection, after a strategic planning management meeting by our senior management, there was a directive to look into the area of data request processing, because it feeds into one of our key corporate strategic pillars, which is taxpayer focus. So there was a management directive to improve the area of data request processing, and that formed the basis of us selecting this project. So a team was constituted. So the first thing we did as a team was to map the flowchart, the data request flowchart, from the time, the end-to-end process, the time when a request is received up to the time it is executed, so that we have an appreciation of the various stages a request passes through. And to keep a ball rolling, we gather, as being a research department, we collected data on all the data requests that we receive as ZRA. So we came up with 6 distinct categories to categorize these requests. Some of them are cooperating partners, the civil society organization, government in itself, academia. We have internal, even within ZRA, we do receive requests for information, and the other private sectors such as commercial banks and private entrepreneurs. So on current situation analysis, I'll draw your attention to the graph. You can clearly see that the majority of the data requests that we process come from the central government, and this accounted for about 40%, and the least was from cooperating partners at 10% respectively. Continuing with the current situation analysis. So as ZRA, we are governed by a taxpayer charter. So the charter sets out the standard with which we deliver our services. So as far as the data request processing is concerned, our standard is 14 days. So whenever we receive a request for information, we're supposed to process it within 14 days. So all those areas across the different categories of the data requests that I talked about, we looked at the processing efficient intra-group. As you can see, all the green bars represent all the requests that are processed within standard time, and the reds represent where we are off the standard time. So to sort of get an understanding of which category of data requests is contributing most to this inefficiency, we used a Pareto chart. As you can see, about 75% of our inefficiencies, or us processing data requests outside of the standard, were coming from the civil society organization and the external. So continuing with the current situation analysis, so based on the raw data that we gathered, our processing efficiency is summarized. So we are currently processing 87% of all the requests that we received within the standard time, and 13% were done outside the standard time. Now, as ZRA, an institution that espouses professionalism and innovation, that 13% represented an inefficiency on our part, and it needed to be cured. So to do that, we came up with a KPI. So the KPI was the data processing ratio, which is just simply the number of requests that are processed within the standard time over the total requests received in the period we're looking at. So that formed the basis of our baseline, which is currently at 87%. So we set a realistic target based on available resources in terms of human resource, financial, system, you name it. We set a realistic target of 90%. And obviously, and we believe this is in line with the Kaizen philosophy of continuous improvement, even through small steps. So a 3% increment to us was very key in this area. That is just an illustration of the target setting I was talking of. We want to move from the baseline, which is 87 to 90%. So now, as a team, we came up with an activity plan, just a roadmap of how are we going to get to where we are, how are we going to move from the 87% to the 90%. So the list of activities that we needed to do in the project and the deliverables in terms of time are all clearly outlined in the activity plan. So the next step was to deconstruct the problem. We needed to get to what is really causing this problem. So with the use of the fishbone diagram, we came up with 4 distinct factors that contribute to this problem of low processing efficiency. So these are broadly categorized in man, external, system, and method. And maybe just to pick an example, under system, we discovered that there was limited accessibility of rights to the tax systems by most of our officers that work in this area. Another one was because of the nature of certain requests, the feedback they were under external were having delays in external departments providing the information. So after identifying the problems, the team sat to now, how do we remedy the situation? How would we ensure that our processing efficiency is increased? So we came up with countermeasures, or what others may call recommendations. So some of them were, we assign officers that will track the requests that ZIA receives. Another one, number 4, will be we extend system access to the key officers that work directly under this. So now you are aware we operate in an environment where resource constraints are everywhere. These constraints can be in terms of time, human resource, and obviously financial. So we needed to prioritize our countermeasures. Which do we start with? So to do that, we used a prioritization matrix, or in other words, an ideal matrix. This was premised on the criterion of effectiveness, ease of use, and cost effectiveness. And we looked at all our countermeasures and we ranked them as you can see here. So the one that scored the highest was the measure to be more prioritized. In this particular instance, it's we maintain rapport with IPM. IPM are our system developers within ZRA. So after that prioritization of countermeasures, we needed to come up with an action plan for implementation. And to do that, we used the 5W1H, where all members of the team were assigned specific responsibilities, and it was clearly specified when those deliverables were supposed to be done and how they will be done, as you can clearly see from the screen. So after that, we engaged management for feedback. So after our engagement with management, we came up with some measures for implementation. One of them was to grant rights to all officers that are directly involved with processing of data requests, to also develop a register so that we effectively monitor all the requests that are received. Go to the next. So once all those measures were put in place, we wanted to see if we indeed were achieving our intended results. And the results indicated that our processing efficiency had increased from 87% to 90%. So just to draw your attention, this is a picture before implementation and after implementation, and you can clearly see there's a remarkable drop in the reds. So that shows that there's an improvement, save for the central government where we still have some unresolved issues. Again, I'll draw your attention to the Pareto chart to confirm the results. As you can see, as a result of those interventions that were put in place, our inefficiencies were reduced significantly by 87.5%, as you can see by the arrow which is dropping. So that is again in efficiency on our part. Again, this is just a summary of our results from baseline and after implementation of countermeasures. So once we established that we are achieving our intent, we needed to standardize some of these activities. So one of the things that we did was training of staff in data management tools such as SQL, and to continuously monitor request processing. The other activities are as shown. So embracing the spirit of Kaizen and the PDCA approach, we were continually, as a department, looking for areas in which we can improve, and these are some of the potential project areas that we're looking to extend the Kaizen philosophy to. So in summary, using the QCC level identification charts, our team was able to move from Zone D to Zone C, and in terms of intangible benefits such as skills development, we saw there was a remarkable improvement in problem solving and teamwork amongst the team members. Yeah, so in closing, I would just like to thank the team leader and the members that have been instrumental throughout the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Zedarai. I'll quickly ask for 2 questions from the audience before the judges would comment. 2 questions. Anybody with a comment, question from the audience? All right, we can proceed. Comments from the judges? I'll start with Professor Chishala. Madam Florence?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Team Free Thinkers. First and foremost, I would love to start by commending you on selecting a theme that touches on an area that speaks to customer service delivery. Because as we are all aware, if you allow me to remove my mask, Director of Ceremonies, as we are all aware, ZRA, you are in the business of saving customers. And the only thing that will differentiate you in performance is actually how efficient you are in responding to customer queries. So I'd love to commend you on picking that selection, picking that theme for you to focus on. I only have 2 clarifications and 1 recommendation. I'd love you to confirm for me The 14-day response time to closure of the queries, did you say it's the standard or it's what you used as a benchmark?
Sorry, it's a standard. We have a taxpayer charter that clearly specifies the standards with which our clients can expect a service delivery. So it's a standard measure.
Okay, thank you. I have one comment on your data collection. What I would recommend you could have also done is because you deal with a lot of data, so in your data collection, you could have actually also included a slide, consider including a slide that will show over a period of time. I know you have that data already. Over a period of time, I know you're saying that you had actually benchmarked it and you found it was at 87%. So what would have also assisted is over a period of maybe 3 to 6 months, you show how that data was sitting for you to address that difference of 13%. Because then when you get into the Kaizen ratio, for example, you have a slide that is supposed to show the Kaizen ratio, and you omitted to show that one. It becomes a bit difficult, because if you look at, is it slide number, it's not numbered, the confirmation of results, just go to that one. I'd love to give you an encouragement on that one. You have a Kaizen ratio that is not calculated, and it's a historical one as at October. So what you need to do is at the end of your project, you need to come and show the Kaizen ratio before and the Kaizen ratio afterwards to show the improvement that you've done. And then also what will help is, I'm sure your ZRA management would love to see what is the impact of this achievement which you have done to move from 87 to 90%. What is the impact on the bottom line? Is it financial, or if it's from a customer service improvement, the other thing you could do is think in the next phase, you actually do maybe a voice of the customer analysis, where you hear back from these, especially the ministries who accounted for the larger part, which you've reduced to 0%. What is their feel, so that then you measure the standardization that you have done. Is it really responding to the customer? So those are just suggestions I'm encouraging you to do as you go forward. And then also I've seen the projects you are recommending for the next phase. Try and align them to this one so that you have some continuous improvement. Do not stop on this one, because customer service is what will continue lifting your department to higher levels. Thank you. Otherwise, all in all, well done.
Thank you, Team Free Thinkers. A round of applause for them.
Sorry, just before you go, I asked a question on the Kaizen ratio. Could you just respond to me why it's showing blank?
My apologies. What was the question again?
Your slide on the confirmation of results, you have a Kaizen ratio that doesn't have figures.
Is it this one?
It's titled confirmation of results, and it comes after implementation of countermeasures. Thank you. Correct, that one. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, this one. Kaizen ratio. I didn't calculate it.
I think that was an omission.
Yeah. Sincere apologies. I think it was just an omission in the document, but it's well noted. We'll make a fresh submission.
Thank you. Please do. And I encourage you, please continue. Do not stop on this path. And just ensure that you just update that slide as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Free Thinkers from ZRI. So our next presenters are coming from Sanjay Mines. Team Sanjay, are you ready? Okay, I can see them standing. So Team Sanjay is presenting a project on improving overall equipment efficiency, OEE, for the ball mill from 53% to 92% by December 2021.
With due respect to the Honorable Minister, the Chief Executive Officer of Kaizen, for protocols observed. My names are Mwenyansama, the mine manager and the mining engineer at Sanjay Mine. My partner is Mr. Vinod Shaw, a mechanical engineer. Today we have a project presentation on Kaizen entitled Improving Overall Equipment Efficiency for our ball mill, which we had to improve the performance from 53% to 92% as by December 2021. This is a team that we have with the support from our managing director and the rest of the team up to the last person who was at the issuance site. We are part of the Tradekins group of companies, Universal Mining and Chemical Industries Limited, of which Sanjay was, which is a mining unit, and we transport our ore to Kafue Steel for the DRI unit. So for our company vision, mission, and the strategic direction, it is basically centered on human development, customer satisfaction, as well as ensuring that the product, the quality of our product we produce is of high value. Universal Mining is a ZAB certified as well as a SAB certified. On quality management system, we are ISO 9001, 2015 quality management compliant as well. So Sanjay Mine is a first iron ore mine located about 40 kilometers west of Lusaka. We have an area of about 710 hectares, of which 17 hectares is the deposit itself. We are mining a deposit of iron, which is hematite in nature, and it has an average grade of 64%, which is the raw material feed, which we process or beneficiate to concentrate to about 68% concentrate. Feed size 350 millimeters, and the final product, after milling in our ball mills, comes to 75 microns, and we concentrate and beneficiate. Then we get our concentrate, which we transport to Kafue Steel plant, to our direct reduced iron plant, our DRI, for making sponge iron as feed into the furnaces for the production of our various bunch of product. This is as a substitute to scrap metal, which has been the main unit. So this is a diversified project that is coming as a backward integration of steel production. Sanjay unit has got 8 departments. Among them is a mechanical unit, whose main law basically is the cost reduction in terms of reducing the breakdowns. and the mechanical mean time between failures and mean time to repair has to be as low or as high as possible to ensure that productivity we are meeting our end user. Our theme selection, the team had to brainstorm on the rapid breakdowns that we are having on our bore mill, when we noticed high levels of vibration that were shaking the concrete foundation that the bore mill rests on. So the theme definition, as mentioned, in the month of October, we noticed high levels of vibration on our two twin bore mills that we have. The levels of vibration were as high as 17 to 19 millimeters per second. So KPI consideration that we had is overall equipment efficiency, machine availability, performance and quality. Those are the items that we had picked, and it shows the current status as well as the target that we achieved after implementation of all the Kaizen. So the target setting initially as by October, we are standing at 53% on overall equipment efficiency, and by January we had achieved our 92% target, and improvement in production and the efficiency, as you can see, you will be seeing in the follow-up slides. This is the basic flow sheet that we have for our process plant. On the far end is the feed material, 450 millimeters of iron ore, 64% in grade. Then it goes into the primary jaw crusher, where it's reduced in size. Vibrating screen, double deck vibrating screen. Then any size that is below 14 millimeters goes into our silo. Then anything above 12 millimeters goes into our secondary jaw crusher, outwent into the cone crusher for reduction to the size that goes into the silo. Then anything below 12 millimeters is processed further to our bore mills, which is highlighted in red as our problem area that we had noticed. Our bore mills are about 70 tons in weight when they are charged with our bore mills as well as the material, and they are resting on two concrete pillars, which are about 4 meters from the ground. So upon noticing that the vibrations were very high, as per the readings it can show, it was only between 17 millimeters per second and the 19 millimeters per second in terms of velocity. So these vibrations were very high compared to the normal range, which must be as low as possible, close to 7 millimeters per second or less. So current situation analysis showing month-wise October, November, and December. This is how the breakdown ratio was standing. On time loss analysis, this is how much the analysis we did for the time that was being lost during the phase of the breakdowns or the duration of the vibration, high-level vibrations that we noticed. On the current situation analysis, also mean time between failure, which is supposed to be as high as possible, had reduced to as low as 30.4%, and mean time to repair, which is supposed to be on the lower trend, had gone close to 40%. Using the Pareto analysis as one of the root cause analysis tools, we identified 4 areas that were of concern, which is looseness, gear reduction, oil temperatures, as well as the pinion and gear contact in the bore mill. We also employed to find out the cause analysis, fishbone and fishbone 2, using method, man, and material. Highlighted is the high vibration level for bore mill number 2. Like I said, there are 2 mills. One had the very high vibration and both had a similar challenge, but number 2 was the worst of the 2. Root cause analysis from high vibrations, we noticed the baseboard looseness, high gear temperature, as well as skid gear runout, as well as drivetrain alignment as the main causes and the why analysis. Countermeasure development using idea map, improving of overall equipment efficiency of the bore mill, and this is the evaluation that we arrived at. On the 5W1H, that is how we broke down after the teams went down into various divisions. Initially, we had also employed some consultants, but after the consultants had done with their work, we could not still reduce the vibrations, so we had to rely on our in-house analysis and the breakdown into individual units until we came up with we draw down to the root cause. So this is the performance action, how the smaller improvements that we have done resulted into a bigger gain in terms of money as well as production increase. On the far left is a gearbox temperature control by installing a cooler, and then on the far right is the baseboard. We had introduced a nylon nut, which actually lessens the vibration from the floor. So the ball mill is resting on a concrete pillar, and there's a base where the tightening of the nut has been happening. So those nuts had gotten loose, and then for the gearbox, the temperature was getting very high in terms of the oil. So we had to introduce a heat exchanger to reduce the temperatures and to keep them under control, as well as changing the type of oil from mineral oil to synthetic. The two other parameters is diff gear run-out adjustments, as well as carrying out ball mill alignment, as per the left and the right picture show. These are the results that we achieved in terms of the parameter. Availability had moved from 53% to 93%. Performance rose as high as 104% compared to the area result. On the quality analysis, the consistency in quality has been there. There was no much change in terms of quality. Hence, we achieved an overall equipment efficiency from 53 to 92%. Checking result effectiveness, the average, this is the average for the 3 months considering the month of October, November, and December, and the improvement movement that was there for January. So availability, performance, and quality for the OEM are moving from 53 to 92% as the average. This is checking results effectiveness, improvement of OE for the ball mill. The increase in production, we recorded an increase in production from 1,400 and the average for the 3 months against the January production of 4,408. This is a comparison showing the maintenance parameters of mean time between failures as well as mean time to repair, moving from 30 to 102% in terms of MTBF. MTTR moved from 39 to 7.2. The MTTR, the lower, the better the performance. As the MTBF, the higher, the better. These are the confirmation of results from the 17 to 19 millimeters per second to 7.2 that was achieved as in January, as well as a vibration analysis comparison from previous to present. So in terms of the tangible benefits that we achieved, comparing the average for the 3 months where we had the loss in production due to the breakdown, we achieved an extra 2,630 metric tons, which can be in monetary form comes to about $260,000 in terms of profit. And the delay in hours was reduced from 85% to 6%. Reliability and equipment life also increased. The most important part is we avoided the failure such that if this ball mill, the vibration had persisted, would have shocked the whole plant up to the foundation and could have resulted into the death of person, as well as the plant could have been grounded in a matter of a couple of years before we could bring back on track, which was avoided by just making 4 simple adjustments despite failure from maybe consultants area engaged. Intangible benefits, your workplace improving environment also improved, as well as the team spirit also was on the high side, moving from zone T1 up to zone C1. The next Kaizen projects that we are embarking on basically is to make sure that we make a change in terms of the oil that we'll be using from mineral 320 to a synthetic 320. Also, heat exchanger to be monitored on a periodic basis. Installing is one thing, but continuous monitoring is key to ensure that the result at the end of the day you have to standardize and keep up with what has been achieved. We would like to acknowledge actually the presence of our management, who have been very supportive and who gave us a free hand to implement whatever tools we could think of as a team. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Sanjay. A round of applause. So I would allow 2 questions from the audience. Comments, questions? questions or comments from the audience?
Thank you. I just wanted to be curious. I mean, to just find out, to just rid of my curiosity as regards the heat exchangers that you're using. I don't know whether I got you correctly. You're using the oil cooling, the one that cools with using oil. Now, I don't know whether you compare the efficiencies in terms of the others that maybe just use water, because I'm looking at the costs here. How do you compare the efficiencies? Whether you have tried it, or, I don't know, I'm not so sure. But how would you compare the efficiencies in terms of the heat exchanger that you're using now, to that that may use water, which I feel may be cost effective? It's cost less, if anything. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We have a PM checklist, daily basis, in which we used to monitor the gearbox temperature. So gearbox has its inbuilt cooling arrangement by water, recommended by OEM. Instead of this arrangement, the gearbox temperature used to increase, and it was 65-70 degrees centigrade. So it was one of the cause for high vibration, because when the gearbox temperature will rise, the oil viscosity, gearbox oil viscosity, it will reduce, and there will be a chance of metal to metal contact, because the layer will not be effective, oil layer. So after Pareto analysis and after many brainstorming, we thought that there must be an additional heat exchanger or additional oil cooler, so that the gearbox oil temperature will reduce. And when we added heat exchanger, we found that after 12 hours of ball mill run, that gearbox oil temperature reduced from 75 to 45 or somewhere 50. And now our next Kaizen is the mineral oil we will replace with the synthetic oil, and also we will go for higher viscosity index. So with the temperature variation, the viscosity will not, there will not be much changes in the oil viscosity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment?
Thank you. I just wanted for me to point out this striking slide, beg pardon, on tangible benefits of the effort you put in. This must be underlined. I think for me it's a highlight. Looking at the numbers, average production for the plant resulted in an increase in profit of 260,000 USD, and a delay in hours from 85% to 6%. And of course, reliability of equipment and other parameters. To me, I think that is worth commending, and it underscores the need for as many industries as possible, including, if possible, the public sector, to embrace the Kaizen methodologies, so that we can all stand to benefit. I hope your department got a huge bonus from all this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So we can have comments from the judges.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies and my colleagues from Team Sanjay. I'd like to thank you for very elaborate presentation and very complex too. So I observe that this is a very highly productive plant. Okay. I've got only two observations and one question. My observation is that the presentation which we have just had, I think if we can slightly go to the cost analysis, which is cause and effect diagram. The cause and effect diagram, fishbowl. All right. I've just observed that when you use this tool, I don't know whether it's deliberate, but you only displayed, apart from the factors that have contributed to the occurrence of the problem, the low EE for bombing. That's the problem. Now, there are 4 factors identified there. But in terms of depth of analysis, you present only the high vibration on bombing 2 drive. And I think this is the one which you extended now to root cause analysis. Is that so? Yeah, that's what it shows. Most machine breakdown problems are also associated with operators. But I see you focus more on the machine, the operator of the machine. So we will not know to what extent the operators have contributed to this problem. And by focusing on the machine, we can solve this problem using money, but the men will still be there and they will continue breaking down the machine. So also in terms of all the factors that are analyzed there in the fishbowl, the depth, can we go to the root cause? That's my observation.
Yes, sir.
Then I also note that on the target, I think where it is from 53 to 92. That's the second page, 53 to 92. Okay, target 30. Okay, one would have thought that from 53 to 92 would be quite lofty, but you knocked it out within one act. So probably it wasn't much of a problem, was it? Again, that is just another observation. Looks like it was too high, but you achieved it with just few things done. I think the last one really is that when it comes to my colleague, I think one of the colleagues in the audience was very impressed on tangible benefits. And I'm looking at all this much money too. Even he congratulated you and wished you could get bonuses for this. But tangible benefits is at the back, I think, one of the very last few things. Now, we're point number 1, which indicates monetary gains and profits to the company in terms of production. Would you say that this does not reflect the productivity of this plant? Because you do not certainly demonstrate how much input went in to gain this output. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate. The first question, the operators and our technicians, they have contributed much for the observation of the problem, and also we have their contribution for rectification. But why we focus much on vibration? Because if we plot our ball mill in our asset pyramid, for any mineral processing plant or any cement industry, we don't have a cement industry, so we are from mineral processing plant. The ball mill is the most critical equipment, and as per ISO 10816, ball mill ranks category 3 equipment because it's a huge giant equipment, and the vibration should be below 7 mm. Otherwise, a huge loss, not only for money or breakdown, there may be a loss of human being or environment can occur. So our first target was to reduce the vibration from 18 to bring it down to 7. That's why for this Kaizen, we have focused only on vibration, because anytime the building or the civil structure may be collapsed, because 18 mm per second in velocity is much high. In our future, we will considering other parts also. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Tim Sanjay. Thank you so much. The minister will be leaving us. Thank you, Minister, for coming. We'll continue with our program. Thank you so much, Deputy Secretary in the Ministry of Labor. We're so grateful as the Kaizen Institute of Zambia. Thank you. All right, so we continue with our program. The next project is from Hitachi, Team Quality Control. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Team Hitachi.
Thank you so much for having me, the distinguished guests and judges. I'm from Team Quality Control. My name is Vincent Nambo, to walk you through our theme, an RT15 initiative on cutting costs on production. So our theme is increasing in-house capacity of clevis bore repairs from 0 to 100% remanufactured components. We are based along International Airport Road, and those are our premises. Our company vision is to pass on a productive environment and prosperous cities to future generations. And some of our departmental objectives are to ensure Hitachi does not exceed 3% warranty claims of the components in a year, and to reduce on production costs. This has been our team that worked on this project. And our attendance register is at 100%. Now, the theme selection was according to management's RT15 strategy. So the theme was a cascade or a task achieving through the organization's restoration and transformation initiative aimed at reducing production costs. These production costs have surged due to various factors, some of which have been caused by COVID-19. So management had to have an initiative on how to mitigate these costs. To understand better, our team then took an average sample of what we remanufacture. So we picked two components, one that was fairly good to repair, and we spent almost $4,000 to repair. And another one in a bad condition would cost us $7,000 to repair, because we'll take this to vendor repair work. So if you use this screen that the judges are facing, you'll be able to follow me with a pointer. So it will take us $7,000 to repair certain components that have to be repaired, but we do not repair them ourselves. We need outside help. We try to understand the cost of it. So this cost that we're talking about, and on average, the company spends over $800,000 on these vendor repairs. Now, let us try to understand what repairs are we talking about. So we have clevis bores, we have rotary chromes, motor rewinding, and shaft motors. But then, clevis bores have the highest number. In the particular year we're working on, we had over 180 of these, representing 58%. So this clevis bore is a hole or a hinge point of a hydraulic cylinder or strut. So in the picture in front of you, this is a dump truck of a model EH3500 used in Kansanshi mine. So this is a strut. So this is a shock absorber of these trucks. So for those who can have an image or an imagination of a shock absorber, the shock absorber has two hoses, one on top, the other one at the bottom. So those hoses are where you mount your shock absorbers to your vehicle, the bottom part and the top part. So you can imagine how critical these bores are for us. If it's too big or worn out, it will not serve the purpose of absorbing any shock. And these trucks work in purely gravel. Maybe to further elaborate what this bore is, imagine I'm wearing specs, some could wear, some have shades on. And where there's that small screw to hold this frame in between, there's a hole there. So if that hole is big, your frame would be shaking. It may even break. So this is very critical. Even our tolerance level in these bores are very minimal standard. So this is the component we're focusing on in trying to mitigate our high cost of production. So we create a process flow just to try and understand exactly how does this cost come in. So in all the process flow, we marginalize, say, okay, let's just add a cost to this. So some of these processes have a marginal cost, very minimal cost. And what we mean marginal cost as costs like fuel used in a forklift to lift these hydraulic cylinders, or say a scorch to clean or a rag to clean. So there's a small cost but not significant. So we're trying to understand exactly where the cost suddenly booms. So in the process, there are three other processes that branch off. And that is where we realize that there is a cost in demand. So just to explode the view now, we see that under reusable, repairable parts, that's where we have a significant cost, because we take these parts for vendor repairs or third-party repairs. So what would be our target now is for us to mitigate or do these repairs ourselves, which we are not doing currently, and do them 100%. But then what could be our point of cause of us not doing this? So our system does not allow that. The function is that we don't do that in-house. And our mechanics or physical part is that we don't have the machinery to do this. Why then can't we, or we still haven't done using the why? We found that we lack the machinery and we are just incapable of doing this in-house. So then how are we going to achieve this? We sat and brainstormed, like, what would be the best option? So we had three ideas. The first one was, let's negotiate with these vendors of ours for a price reduction. That would help. In the same vein, maybe let's look for other vendors who can help us do the same, but at a much cheaper rate. But we figured that that still would not solve the problem, because we'll still be paying something to them. But our third idea would be, how about we cut these costs by repairing these ourselves? For us, that was like the best possible solution, even though we did require sophisticated machinery and to train a machinist or an artisan to work on this. So we thought, okay, let us map these ideas and just re-evaluate them to see the true potential of the ideas. So we found that in us cutting off these costs by us doing the repairs ourselves, using various machinery, we are able to cut off these costs. And our first option was using a line boring machine, which had the highest cost. So we went and consulted with various manufacturers and people who use this machine a lot, and it was a hit. But this machine is costing, or was costing, $27,000 or 468 Zambian kwacha. So we're like, okay, let's see its effectiveness. So we create another map to just see how effective this is going to be. And we found in every avenue we had put, this machine performed very well, except on time frame, where it scored only 1, because it would take between 18 to 26 months from the time we make a purchase order to the time it's commissioned ready for us to use. Now, already in a year, an average amount we're spending is over $800,000. So 26 months is roughly over 2 years. So it means we will spend over $16,000 still on repair works. So we're like, no, let's go back. Let's check our second option. Let's take a critical study. So our critical study, a feasible study, we went into the workshop and we found that the line boring machine, which was our second option, was already being used in the workshop, but to repair large bores. So these were bigger items that we did not take out to the vendor because they are quite big components that would not be easily shipped out. So we went into Gemba now to try and see this machine in operation. And we found it was already working on one component, an arm of an EH3500 model truck. And this has bores of 240 millimeters and the depth of 375 millimeters. And our second option, the line boring machine, was currently working on this. So then we had to create an action plan to work and pick up from there. Now, the performance of this bore, what we're looking for is just 80 millimeters diameter and the depth of over just 60 millimeters. So we see that already this line boring machine was effective, it was proper. And we put it now to task and we begin to see it working. The machinist now, who's already been working on, begins to work on it, and he's doing clevises of a bucket of 27 meter cube. So it's quite a big thing. And we would have some of the components ready. So these are some of the cylinders now that we have of various models waiting for the line boring. Some of the results now would have is our bucket is ready to be transported. We're done and painted and ready to be shipped to our customer who's in Mozambique. And our clevises, we're done with our different model struts and finally done and polished. Now, what does this mean to us? So, in 2021, we had 478 components that required these special works, and 267 of them, representing 56%, the highest number, were clevis repairs. Out of this 56%, we worked on 85%. We only took out 15% to the vendor, representing only 40 clevis repairs that we took out because it was a bit too much for us. And we had now our financial cost benefits. So we mapped before and after year by year, which you'll see in the further slides to come. So other benefits were we engaged every other line department that had interest in this line boring machines and clevises to counter-check every aspect they have and do their own QC. Now, our cost savings was, in April 2020 to September 2020, we spent 298,000 kwacha to repair this. That was the cost of materials. But saving us 6,174,000, which we could have spent had they gone outside to the vendor. So to confirm our results, before, remember the system function and mechanics is we just couldn't do it inside. We didn't have the machinery, we didn't have the skill. But now our system function and mechanics has changed that the moment there is need for a clevis repair, it is sent right away to the machine shop And all the machinist will do is has to imprint serial to demarcate these numbers, so that in case there's any problem, we can be able to know that we repair this on our own. Now, this initiative just merited management to buy us now the line boring, the universal boring machine, which the line boring will work in support of. And our return on investment would be only 14 clevises, because to repair, average would be $2,000 that we would spend. So we would only need 14 clevises, which would buy us this machine. So it was a plus for us. So to standardize now, the machinist has been assigned to specifically work on these clevises, and every week management has meetings to determine and to judge how far we're going, and other Hitachi remanufacturing centers around the world, Australia inclusive, have emulated this, that they begin to work on them. Now our future, remembering that we hope to do 100%, is since we currently did 85% with our second option, with the incoming of our first option, plus the support of our second option, we'll zero in. We'll have no vendor works to be done. We had the quality evaluation of our department, and we were in Zone B, where we found ourselves, in Zone C, and we hope we are working to go in Zone B this year, 2022. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Hitachi. Do we have questions, comments from the audience? Okay, if we do not have, we proceed with judge comments.
See a question.
Oh, there's a question. Where? Okay.
It's a comment. The resilience, I think, when they went for the plan A, where you realized that the machine was expensive, the resilience to come back on the table and look at plan B, and then the plan B worked for you, which has enabled you to have even to get into plan A to get the original machine, is what has made me to feel like that's the way to go, because people just give up on plan A. So the plan B has enabled you even to raise more money to buy the first machine that you needed to purchase. That's my comment.
Thank you so much.
Do we have comments from the judges?
Good morning. Thank you very much for that elaborate presentation. I just want to echo the same sentiments from the previous speaker. It's exactly what I was actually going to say. I noticed your innovation and your not giving up on the earlier initiative when you realized the purchase of this machine would cost you in around $27,000, if I remember. The only other comment I would love to make to encourage you is on the standardization.
Okay.
On the standardization, I know you've referred to just looking at the machinists being assigned specific work. Have you also considered, you might also consider to just ensure that you have in place standard operating procedures to ensure that you have the same way in which they are actually carrying out this work. Because tomorrow you might have a different operator actually sitting in-house. And you don't want to again start reinventing other ways of standardizing this, which has even gone as far as management, acknowledging your effort and actually purchasing that equipment for you. So well done. And we look forward to more innovations, in-house innovations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And also acknowledging the fact that to your point, I would have also loved just to see evidence that other Hitachis around the world, like you said, have taken on to this innovation that you brought about. So it would also help in your presentation when you've got such good information, just throw it in there. Because these reports do not just end up with the audience which is here. they are also going to an international audience, and you want your voice to be heard as, you know, we've got innovators in Zambia that are actually coming up with these solutions which the group around the world can also pick up. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hitachi. From Kafiro's team Achievers. So they are looking at a project where they want to reuse the direct reduced iron byproduct, which is coal and burnt, which is quota and burnt coal, from 10% to 100%.
Well, thank you so much. We're coming from Kafir Steel, and we are presenting a project on the use of DRI byproduct, that is quota and burnt coal, from 0% to about 100% by September 2021. Team Achievers. So those are team members. So for the sake of time, allow me to jump this part because at least it has been highlighted by Team Sanje, because we are coming from the same. Madam Timekeeper, I think you observed that.
Sorry about that. We paused for a while.
Okay, thank you so much. As I said at first, let me bank on the introduction that was done by Team Sanje. It was the same information there. Okay, so one of the departmental objectives for the team was actually of the reduced iron plant is to produce quite sponge iron for steel making process, and also the usage of byproducts from about 10%, which is allowable, to 100% by June 2022. So the team actually selected the environmental protection and consumption of waste in the useful manner. This problem came as a result of the inspectors from ZEMA and local authority when they realized that as in our production process we had the byproduct which was a bent core and also the tar. When we received the iron ore from Sanje, when it's brought to Kafue Steel, it goes in the process of in the direct reduced iron, where we have to mix the iron ore, the core and the lime, and then put in the crucibles. So once we make the sponge iron, what remains, which we call the dorocha or the kocha. Then also we are using in our plant we are using what we call the coal gasifier plant. We don't use electricity. So when you're making the power that we use, you find that there is a consumption of coal. So this coal, which produces what we call the tar. So when we sat down, we realized that it was going to be environmental nonsense because we were told to say whatever the byproduct is supposed to be getting rid of, but we had nowhere to take it. So that's how the team came up with that project. Then we set the target to say we needed to use this 100%, because even if we were to say we have to go and dispose it off, we are supposed to have paid to the local authority. So I just wanted people to observe. I don't know sorry for that. The video cannot be enlarged so that you could see the process, how these dorocha are actually made. So these down here, they are crucibles. So these crucibles, this is where we put the iron ore, the lime, and the core. Sorry, I think it will not be enlarged. So, once here the char is produced, it's meant to be on the ground, of which it was a concern from the council. Then this side is the plant where the tar is being produced. So it will be submitted to the judges for them to take a look at it at the end. Okay, so this is the accumulation of the char what we call the kocha or dorocha. Then this is the area where we actually collect the tar. This is a tar collection tank. So we realize that char is produced at about 97.85%, and the 2.15% is the tar. So when we came up with the root cause analysis and tried to see where the issue is. First, we looked at the market, very limited buyers for these byproducts. Then the method is that they are very difficult to dispose of these things because they are environmental nuisance. Then the process is that we cannot use them anywhere else. There's no reverse for the usage of these byproducts. Then there was a disposal in the environment, which actually attracted some warnings from environmental. Then also the land is becoming filled up, where we're supposed to put maybe some raw materials. We're filling up with these byproducts. So we came up with an idea map where we looked at what could be done. The first idea that came was the issue of selling. Now the question was, if we want to sell, then where? So ideas came to say the selling. People came up with ideas that maybe it could be used in the making blocks. So we thought of the cement plant, which is Lafarge, and then they were invited. Then after taking some samples, they are actually accepted. Then also on the use, this one now is the tar. So on the tar, we took a technical team to understand, to say, well, can we use the tar? And the technical team realized that this tar can be used in the road milling process, in the reheating furnace, to support combustion. Then we came up with an action plan for the disposal of tar is to preserve the environment. Also, where at DRI, who Mr. Rao, when June 2021, by keeping in drums and sent to road mill for production. So we said keeping the tar in some drums. Then the other one for the disposal of door chart, creating space for stocking, coal stockyard, crushing unit, and coal gasification plant. Then Mr. Rajiv. Then also the idea was to start selling and keep some area where we can start selling, then also send to the customer. So quota utilizing is going from August, decided from August 2021. The voucher selling we started actually from September 2021. However, the concept work of observing period is 6 months. So that is actually how the tar looks like, which is here. Then that is the char, the doro char or the core char, how it appears. So when we started selling, we realized that generation of bent core or doro char per day was 18.7 tons. Then generation of bent core doro per the days that we actually operated was 235 days. Then we made about 4,755 metric tons of the bent core. So the total selling cost was $2.7 per ton. So we made about 12,838 in that period. Then the quota we generated per day, we generated about 0.412, then produced per 53 days metric tons, we produced about 104.25, meaning the selling of the HFO. So the tar we are replacing the HFO or the used oil in the reheating furnace. So by doing so, instead of the company buying the HFO, we are now using the tar in the reheating furnace. So the cost for HFO is 0.45. So we made about 46,912 US dollars in that particular period. So the intangibles are that the environment was kept well, and we had no issues with the ZEMA or the local authority. Then landfill, we taken care of the landfill because that land we need to use it to keep the raw materials. Then the company also, in that process, raised some funds, which resuscitated the production cost. So the team actually that did this project is just beginning, and then we are hoping that it will move to Zone C. So we have these next Kaizen projects where we are looking at the core dust coming from core crushing bags. We need to taking care of them. Then generation of bag filters, filter core dust, that is being produced per day. Core dust production, then production of briquettes, production of cost, at present cost of purchasing nut core for firing, amount of saving by using core briquette in place of nut core. So those are actually the project that we are working on. And we would like to thank Kaizen, team members, organizations that have taken participated here, and everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Achievers. Okay, do you have questions, comments from the audience? Do we have? Okay. We can proceed with comments from the judges.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Thank you, colleagues, for that presentation. Going to approach for the volume here. Hello, can you hear me? Too much. Okay, what about that one? Well, maybe that one is okay. Okay, thank you, presenters. I have just two observations. Maybe no question, just observations. The team here is made up of only 3 members. And the probable presenter who is not included in the team. I think you...
Sorry for that one, we could not mention at the beginning of the presentation. Actually, when we were just about to start, there was a problem in the plant. So most of these engineers actually meant to fix the problem.
But throughout the presentation, I was failing to identify the activities of the team from those of probably the company or the plant. It appears it's not very clear whether these include, people in the department, or this is a team working, identifying problems, and so the Kaizen team or something.
Okay, what I can say is the DRI department is actually a new unit at our plant, of which it has been having issues in terms of running. So they have ideas but on how to go about the project that issues. So he's a manager for the unit, and probably it could be with the communication breakdown that could arise from there. Otherwise, with time, the teams will actually pick up.
The project obviously is on the sidelines of the core competencies of the department, because we are looking at the waste. Although, again, here we have only seen two types which you have found useful, that you can actually make money out of it. Does that exclude anything like the other wastes that are supposed to be in the process of steel making? There should be some more waste, I think.
Yeah, actually, for DRI plant, we have not necessarily looked at further to the steel making. It's just the iron making part. So if you look at in our next project, we have actually stated a number of wastes that are there that we are likely to address in our next project. It was going to be very difficult to encompass everything at once. We wanted to have the team first, because it's a new team, to look at this. Once they achieve, then now the team will look at other wastes that are generated.
Okay, thank you.
Can I take for 1 minute time, please? Yeah. Actually, this DRI plant is new for the Zambia. This is the first time we have put in the country, because the scarcity is increasing in the Zambia. Steel, by making the steel, there is no scrap. Scrap is coming down. The first time we are coming up for this DRI plant, and last 250 days we have run with the Chinese technology. And once the main raw material is a coal, iron ore and dolomite. And the iron ore is we are making as a steel processing, but whatever the coal has burnt out, it should be wasted. So we want to recycle it. We want to make a clean and green of Zambia. That is our motive. So whatever the coal burnt has come out, again we have to start recycling. Then we have approached to Lafarge, and they are using some coal. The burning and all these things, they have accepted to take our coal. That's the first point. And second thing, the coal, whatever the coal tar generation is coming out, it is hazardous to the environment. So what we did, we have a rolling mills and we have furnaces. We are using the HFO. Instead of HFO, why can't we use this one? The calorific value is 11 kilocalorie per kg for this store. So immediately we started heating, and last year we have used 101,240 liters. So almost we have saved $50,000 on this coal tar. So the main thing is whatever the generation waste is coming out, we want to reutilize in our plant, and just all the Zambia we want to use how to utilize the waste. This is our motive. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
He's Director of Programs. I think just allow me. I had one word of encouragement for you going forward. I just want to commend you for picking an area that looks at something related to cleaning up the environment. We are fighting right now with global warming. We are fighting with so many issues related to greenhouse gases. So it's a good thing that you can think of innovative ideas to avoid recycling waste that can actually make our situation even worse. But from a Kaizen perspective, I would also love to encourage you that when you do your Kaizen activities, kindly demonstrate usage of the Kaizen tools, because Kaizen is a methodology on its own. I know you are using them. Demonstrate that even in your reports. There are quite a number of tools that you could have also included in your reports. For example, you could have looked at deep dive in your root cause analysis, the YY, 5WHY tools, and then also at the end, where you've identified the benefits which are good. Start thinking around adopting tools like the Kaizen ratios. Show what it was before, show what it is now, in terms of demonstrating your usage of Kaizen tools. Otherwise, job well done, and we look forward to seeing what the next steps will be on this which you've started. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, Team Achievers. Okay, so we proceed to the next presentation from Strong Park, Team Wiantashi. Okay, I can see you. So Team Wiantashi will be presenting on the training within industry. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wiantashi.
So we have the power problem. We've got unstable sockets. So the guys are trying to fix.
Good morning, everyone. We have started our presentation. My name is Samson Ngulube, coming from Strong Park, Copper Belt. Our project title, Training Within the Industry. We are in the manufacturing sector. That's our core business. We want to be the pioneer of excellence in African continent. Our mission statement to lift value through affordable packaging. This is our scope sheet. We are in touch with Kaizen. Our departmental objective through Gemba Kaizen principles, we have a deliberate policy to offer free trainings and education to all of our employees at Strong Park. We have realized that the importance of having skilled manpower to learn the machine and maintain leadership in Kaizen activities by creating a Kaizen culture organization in Zambia and the world. This is our Strong Park Kaizen structure, being assisted by the improvement coordinator so that we sustain our Kaizen activities. From Kaizen coordinator, we have also added the improvement coordinator for continuity in the Kaizen projects. So this was our theme selection. The project tools in order to improve our productivity, skill level, and reduce wastage in the plant. These are the tools we selected. Structured problem solving, team-oriented structured problem solving. 8D methodology. These are the few glimpses from the Gemba at Strong Park inside the plant. You can check the level of our success in the plant. This is our PDCS ECO, planning, do, check and act, in order for data collection, analysis, and establishing countermeasures, both temporal and permanent countermeasures. This is our flow chart on our current situation. Since the inception of the plant started with 19 employees in 2008. So there was a need to provide trainings to all our employees so that we can learn the machines. Because we are the first company in Zambia who are producing cement bags. Previously, they used to import from other countries. So we have contributed GDP to our country because of this investment, which was impossible for African to learn the state-of-the-art machinery. So we had a problem on the skill law. So we experienced high wastage, low production, and loss of man hours. So this problem was urgent because the company procured more than 200 machines. So we did our before Kaizen to-do list. Then from 2008, there were 21 employees. 2021, 650 without any skill. We started them from zero skill because these machines are world-class machines from Germany. So we just employed someone from school, then we started training them because we were the only company by then from 2008 who were having those machines. So there was no expertise in those machines. So we had the challenge 2019 COVID. This is our situation analysis, the skill level on the starting of the machine settings up to passing tapes through stretching units, which was 75%. We did our analysis on the number required for the section, per section, as you can see. We prioritize our skills from the high to the low on the machine, man, method, and material. So this is the example of our fishbone diagram, one of the few fishbone diagrams we are doing in our plant. Cause verification and root cause analysis. Machine setting verification observed frequently at the Gemba, it was significant. So we had only the challenge on the lack of quality material, not observed frequently in significant, because some of the material, the safety data sheets were missing from the suppliers. So we did our root cause analysis using YY analysis on the problem of low skill in the plant and the implementation, and our action was to train new operators in the plant. We did our temporal countermeasures, we identified their skills, and we started training. And the permanent countermeasures were to generate 1-point lessons, standard operating procedures, and sensitizations. This is also one of our YY analysis. We did our action plan using 5W and H, as you can see. This is our target setting. Bag maker section, we planned 25, actuals 21. This is our TWI roadmap, sample for lamination section, data from October to January, drafting, submission, evaluation, training, and review. This is our roadmap by trainers and all the skills on the other side. We did also the instruction training calendar to ensure that everyone is involved from the shop floor of the sweeper up to the top management. This is our daily chart, which we ensure for sustainability. We adopted training within the industry through the TPM pillar, which is training and education. Then this was also done by the Americans in 1940, so that they equipped and have the techniques in training for continuous improvement in order to maximize the potential of every operator in the whole. TWI links with Kaizen, reduction of waste, ownership of resources, and culture of continuous improvement. We followed the TWI steps from preparation, preparing a person, up to inspection, testing, and review. We selected the I problems sections. Then we identify the job relations, how to promote teamwork, job methods, structure for job improvement, job instruction for effective trainings. Then we had also produced the job breakdown cards, how to prepare a worker, present the operation, try out performance, make a follow-up on the training timetable, break down the jobs, have everything ready, and arrange the work area for trainings. Getting ready for instructions and others. This is also one of the examples of our timetable to ensure that all the sections are aware of the trainings conducted in their sections, which was put on the notice board and their sections. This is the example of the job breakdown sheet, how we do the important steps, we highlight them, visualized, we also write the key points. This is the performance action which we do on daily basis. This data shows the before and after skill matrix in the sections. Sorry, this one. Yeah. Then we did also, there are some sections we are not getting the results. We did some fishbone diagram on the PDCS echo, as we saw it in the first slides. We did also the wire analysis on the same. Then I do a matrix so that we ensure that all the sections are having good skill levels. This is the problem on the tape break. We also did the important steps, visualized it, and I write the key points for easy understanding, and we put them in the section for operator to read whenever they are working. We did the wire analysis. We also put the 1-point lesson. This is the first and easiest way for training. There's a wrong picture and the right picture, and the operator should sign to show that he has understood the trainings. These are the examples of the skilled people training, action plan, in the training room, skill index for the lamination section for December 2021. Then we had also productivity, which was on the average, which was increased, 2020 78, 2021 83, which is a world-class productivity. Then on the OTIF means on-time delivery in free, to give our customers products whenever we receive works from our customers. We are at 85%. Then the training hours, due to the increase of demand from customers, we have extended training hours so that we ensure that everyone is involved, is receiving trainings, refresher trainings and induction trainings. Then the skill level has also increased. Then this is the current status on the average skill index in the plant by 87% over from selected sections, before and after pictures. This is our matrix, skill matrix trend. Then the standardization of the action plan, ensure that we sustain productivity and make our customers happy on the service delivery. Then these are the tangible benefits. Extruder section, 0 skill. After Kaizen, we trained 121 employees. We had some challenges, lack of process development by some operators. Not all operators were able to understand. Some, they were they are slow learners. Root cause identification, limited manpower. We wanted to learn the production, and there was a need of training. So the management said training time is training time. Then communication, the summary of our benefits, we increase productivity, increase adherence to established standard of operating procedures. We increase skill level and access of information. We have computerized the section. There are TV in the sections. Whatever is happening, the operators are able to see what is happening on the company. It generates morale to the workers and giving operators competitive edge so that we remain the strong pack Kaizen culture company. Then in summary, Uyantanshi means moving forward. Strong part with training within the industry have improved team members' morale, increased productivity, computer skills, team spirit, and skill levels increased. At Strong Park, we have set a high level in our Kaizen activities as we aim for the world-class company and #1 in African country. This is our circle of identification. We're in Zone A. Then this is our action plan. International Kaizen Awards. These are shown evidently, and all of us, we are aware of that. Then this is a picture for we are in touch with Kaizen at our plant. We thank you all, everyone.
Thank you so much, Team Wiantanshi. Do you have comments? Yes?
With me, it's just about two questions. The first question is it possible to quantify how much has the company spent on training, and also could you relate to how much was the company losing because it was using people who are not skilled? Then the second question is it possible to explain in terms of percentage, where because trainings in the manufacturing industry, I believe classroom trainings, they are less as compared to on-job trainings. Is it possible for you to classify to say we have made this percentage of training in relation to the number that you have shown that you have increased the training man hours? Is it possible to say this we spent on job training, then these hours we spent on in class?
Yeah, I'm sure you can see only tangible benefits. Yeah. Training hours benefits 6,500 hours. Value of benefits 1,200 hours. Then the savings 378,000 in Zambian kwacha. And on the training, as we have said, that it's a training within the industry. So we have categorized all the sections as we were showing in the presentation. So we are doing it section-wise. We are not doing it at all. We have made in the sections, then we take the overall at the end of the day. So we have also hired the international consultant from Fiber Infinity and the Quality Control Forum of India and the help of Kaizen Institute of Zambia. So on the training, the company has spent 378,000 for last year only. And all the members, as you have seen on the challenges, we said that lack of process development by some operators and limited manpower, which means the machine was running, there was production, but we have made a roadmap, we have done the homework on the training skill calendar so that everyone is visible, it's there in line in their production timetable.
Thank you. Comments from the judges?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngulube, for an elaborate presentation. I must say your slides are quite well tabled and well presented. Thank you for that. But there are just a few areas of clarification. What metrics did you use to quantify that you had met your target of moving from 0% skill level to 80%? What did you use to measure that now your staff were actually at 80% skilled? That's one. And then the second one is your prioritization, the slide on the current situation analysis, your prioritization of the training areas. What did you use to prioritize the areas that you've put in red as needing the most training? I'll give you an example. Machine setting, machine start, troubleshooting. How did you arrive at picking those as the areas that needed the most priority? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll start with the same question, Madam, on the quantifying of the skill matrix trend. As you can see, we divided the skills according to the nature of the machines. So each part of the machine at the skill level. So for example, there was labor adjustment, how to adjust the labor. So if the operator has the knowledge, we give 4, which is 100%. Those are in the supervision level. And the foreman level, those are the ones who got those 4, which is 100%. Then, like the first one, it's 75%, it's 3. There's 15 which is knocked out, or 1 is knocked out. So that's how we identify. And the results on the wastage part, the second part that where we prioritize, how do we prioritize the skill levels, that these are high, these are not high. On daily work management, we call it daily work management, quality control cycles. Every day in the morning, the supervisor and the section leaders, they have meetings. So they assess according to the records, production, what they have done, wastage, manpower. There is a way which we use to identify them challenges, so that we present to management on that particular day, so that the management help us to solve the problem. So in our daily work management, every day we present the challenges in the operations, where there was low production, where there was high wastage, and they make the reasons. The operator and the supervisor will indicate the reasons. Maybe they took an operator from other section who is not aware of that machine. So that's how we come up with that, madam.
Thank you. The last one is the financial benefits figure that you had shown. I believe you're calculating that financial benefit against what would have offset had you probably brought in an outside person to come and upskill the staff, isn't it? Yes. So my encouragement would be, have you considered working that against, because I heard you mention that you have a consultant who came in and another consultant maybe from India. If it's related to this exercise, have you tried to offset the cost of the consultancy against this gain from training within industry? Thank you.
Yeah, I mentioned on the consultant because we started this project in 2008. So when we were started, that's when the consultants were engaged and they gave us trainings, and we are now the ones who are doing the trainings.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Quality or Team Wiantanshi. So our next presenters are coming from Hitachi. This is Team Quality from Hitachi. They are presenting on the project titled Determining the True Workspace Capability to Increase the Output of Remanufactured Hydraulics Components from 394 to 390 by December 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Team Quality.
Thank you once again for having us from Hitachi Construction Machinery. If you could please bear with us. I'm noticing when we press here, the screen in front of me is changing, but it's having some delay there. So kindly don't be left too much behind. So my name is Vincent Nambo with a theme, determining the true workspace capability to increase the output of remanufactured hydraulic components from 294 to 330 by December 2021. This is our department and our company profile, which should come up now. Our vision is to pass on a productive environment and prosperous cities to future generations. Our departmental objectives. Sorry, maybe I may ask for an increase in speed. Thank you. I hope it works out safe again. If I may be allowed just to start from beginning, from Hitachi Construction Machinery. My name is Vincent Nambo, with a theme determining the true workspace capacity to increase our output in remanufactured hydraulic components from 294 to 330 by December 2021. And this is our department. We're a department of 2 employees. Our company profile and our vision is to pass on a productive environment and prosperous cities to future generations. And some of our departmental objectives are to ensure we retain ISO recertification cycle and to ensure our department in Hitachi is compliant with quality standards. So our theme is a project that was inspired by Hitachi management strategy to increase future sales. So our goal is to increase output of remanufactured components from 294 to 390. That means our task is to determine the true workspace capacity and capability in the hydraulic section and the true productive output of it. Now, to satisfy future sales increase of remanufactured components, Hitachi definitely has to increase production. So this means we have to determine our optimum capability and harness the true potential of the plant, assuming the system is suitable. So assuming we do not have unexpected or unforeseen circumstances. So to do this now, we set up a few KPIs in which we will look at in the presentations inside. But someone would ask, why capacity? So sufficient capacity is required to meet on customers' demand in time, Capacity affects the cost of efficiency in operations. Capacity affects the scheduling system. So where are we? We're currently doing 294 components, and we're trying to do 390. These 294 components have been the highest components we produced in 2019. So when we began operations in 2013, sorry, that screen in front of the judges is slow, but in the booklet you can see the light is clashing. You'll see we began with just a few components of 27, but in 2019 we produced the highest. In 2020 we sort of dropped down. 2021 we've still not yet closed our financial year, so we cannot get how many components of cylinders we've done so far. Now, to get the ball rolling, we obviously have to create a process flow to understand exactly what goes on in this department. So, like for instance, the first step is to strip and assess a component. So we use a machine called the strip and assessment bench. To polish, we use a lenishing machine. To also polish the tubes, meaning cleaning inside the tube, we use a honing machine. Then next, to finally assemble, we use a strip and assembly bench. Then we put it on a test bench. So that's a process flow of the works that happen. Now, how about the actual workspace we are dealing with? So our actual workspace that we have in the hydraulics section is 31.7 meters times 24.8 meters. So that is the area we're working about. Now, let us go now into the occupancy. So let us start with the machinery. So we have one disassembly machine, one polishing machine, one honing machine, one assessment bench, and one test bench. So that's what that area holds in the hydraulic section. How about the actual area now? So in our findings, we find that over 90% of the area is occupied by disassembled parts. So these are parts we've worked on and they're just stored there waiting. So we try to identify, okay, what is our mode of sales? What is the most common trend? And we look at the customers and the type of machines they have. So we have the highest of an EH3500, which is a dump truck. And we have these other models. So these are the most frequent we have and the most jobs that we come to do now, to work on. So let us have also a sales breakdown in the past year, 2020, just to understand what happened. So in 2020, as earlier said, we did 207, and this was a breakdown of the types of jobs we did, cylinders, struts, and small struts, because in this area, this is what they focus in. So we mapped that out to understand the highest percentage of which model, and we found the 3500, EH3500 had the highest works of 39%. Now, why so far have we failed to achieve the target we're trying to reach of 390? Why have we done only 294? And our point of cause was inconsistent employee workput. All right, let's try to understand this. So let's go to the employee output. So we find that a standard time to work on a strut takes 50 hours. And a productive time of an artisan is 8 hours, direct production. And in a 30-day month, we have 18 days of work, unlike the norm of 22. For us, it's 18, due to our structure. Then we find these 18 days times the 8 hours, so we have 144 hours to work within a month. And then 50 hours to build this component from scratch to finish, which will simply mean one artisan can do 3 struts in a month. Then we have 15 artisans, so that simply means we can do 45 struts in a month. So in a year, we're talking about 540. So our employees can do 540 struts in a month. So how about the machinery now that we have? We have 5 machines. So each machinery, we did an assessment, and we took the assessment of the longest time it has ever taken to do a job. And we use that as our benchmark. And we find that for all of the machines, that's a stripping bench, the lenishing machine, we have a honing machine and a test machine, all did 4 hours as the longest job. And this was like difficult jobs to do. Otherwise, the normal average is between 2.5 hours to 3.5 hours, but the longest has been 4 hours. So we set that as our benchmark for any cases. So to still further understand these machines, we took their measurements. So we find that in width, they are quite small. They're only 0.72 meters, but very long, 11 meters. And then in our area, to safely operate these machines, we need them to be 3 meters apart from each other. Then we have a safe working machinery. So let us understand now the output of these machines. So we find that in a day, the longest they've done was 4 hours, which means in one day, we are capable of doing 2 jobs. In a week, we're capable of doing 14. In a month, we're capable of doing 16 jobs. And these machines are capable of doing 720 jobs in a year. So we work from there. We create now an action plan and get some help from other people who can help us. Now, our section, our area, we go to the area now, which has 31.24 meters. So we say, we've seen that our machines are 11.8 times 0.7. We now map them with considering the 3 meters apart safe working distance from each machine where they are positioned. So we find that we can accommodate 10 of these machines in this work area. So our workspace can accommodate 10 of these machines. So having 10 of these machines, we know 5 already is giving us 720 jobs in a year. So 10 would give us 7,200 jobs, complete jobs in a year. Now, let us see our 3 variables that we took note of: man, machine, and our workspace. So we find the highest ever done for all 3 was 294. Our projected or our target is 390. But each of them have a different capability. Man can only do 540 components. The machines we currently have can do 720 jobs. But the work area with accommodation of extra machines can produce 7,200 jobs. So now, where is our capability? What's our true capability? What are we capable of doing? So in realistic, we find our true capability would be only 540 jobs per year because of the limitation of employee human factor or human capital. We cannot do 7,200 jobs a year. It's impossible. Even though we will be close to 720, but we are limited by the employees we have. So we found that our true capability or potential is 540 jobs in a year, because we are not looking at increasing the number of employees or anything. So remember at the beginning we said if the system is suitable. So now, what else is happening in this section? Because we are finding there are some other things. We said the space is taken up 90% by stored components. So even though it's taken up 90% by stored components, there's a very good 5S system that's working. You'll find it very clean, neat. Even these disassembled components are not haphazard. They've got specific bins. Each job has got its own specific bin. So 5S is properly done. So nothing else for us to find. But it's time for us to make a report and give back management their feedback. So we find that we are capable of handling up to 500 components comfortably in a year. And then purchase of new machinery would be a waste, both financially and productively, as they are likely to be dormant. We will not use them. Human capital is also more than sufficient to meet the demand of 390. We can do 540. And then customer demand. We are not likely to receive more than 400 components according to our projection, though we can do 500 components. But the biggest problem we find in the system is space utilization. And so after our findings, we hope to cascade this into other departments and also study their system. So now our next project, which you would agree with me, is work utilization, as 90% of our area is being used by these disassembled parts. So we hope to move these parts. If you can see in these highlighted areas, these are work in progress jobs. Yet we have disassembled jobs on those racks. So our project would be now to move those jobs elsewhere so that we can have these work in progress jobs on stands to properly allow us have safe working systems. So that has been our project and our target. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Do we have questions or comments from the audience? Questions, comments, do we have? Okay, yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so my question is quite simple. Listening to you mention the fact that you had to benchmark the longest job, I would want to understand the criteria that made you benchmark the longest job instead of benchmarking the shortest. Remember, the shortest means that that is a system that is efficient, and you'd want your system to be efficient. If you benchmark the longest, that means you are benchmarking against a system that's not efficient. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I understand your question. But remember, this is a task achieving project to understand our capability. So if we benchmark the shortest time ever done, maybe before I answer, let me just open your mind a bit further. So we're dealing with hydraulic cylinders, which have different torques. Others have got 12 boards, others 18 boards, which have torques of up to 2,000 to torque. So when you come to work on them, you have to de-torque those boards and loosen them. I know for some it would be a bit difficult to understand. So some boards would be stuck and some boards would break in there. So for you to properly finish that, it will take time. So if we benchmark the shortest time, we'll give disadvantage to other employees who may have challenges on the job. But remember, in the first place I said there's a standard time to work on these components, which is 50 hours. And that is a standard recommended time from our mother company in Japan. So they've done also their assessment and found that there's no way you can exceed 50 hours. And the moment you have such a challenge and you exceed your 50-hour mark to work on one job, you will have to report to management so that everything is properly addressed, and then help will come. So if we say, let's take 2 hours to do this, someone will have a small challenge and will take 3 hours. And then, it will look as though we are witch hunting. So we have to take the maximum, not that someone should take, but we have to take the maximum time ever taken. And that maximum time ever taken, I think, was in 2014, though we didn't show it there, because we went back to our records to show what is the longest time ever taken. So if you do remember, I said average is between 2.5 hours and 3.5 hours, but the longest has been 4 hours. So we decided to settle with that. I don't know if that answers your question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Do you have any other comment? Yes, sir.
Good presentation. I've noticed that the topic was talking about workspace. How do you maximize space? And I think maybe the focus was mostly how it will help you to have a good output to satisfy your clients if you have enough workspace. But I think we need also to focus on the safety of the employees. I'm just trying to say it also, as you have enough workspace where you can put your machines properly, you will have safety for your employees. So I thought probably in your report, the achievement, one of the other achievements, in as much as you are going to have enough good workplace, it's also a good environment for safety for the employees.
Okay, thank you so much. I understand your question. We did take into consideration safety, and I kept on saying the safe working distance would be 3 meters apart, meaning even if I'm working, you're 3 meters away, I may even use a crane, there's no way I would obstruct you. There's no way I would cause any danger. So the safe working distance would be 3 meters. And our task was not really to just determine how much output. The task was now to determine, saying in case of any, according to the records we have, we work hand in hand with our customers who project their downtime of machinery. So they'll say in the next 3 months, we hope to put down 10 trucks and we'll send you components of 10 trucks. So we projected to say there'll be over 300, about 390 components we may receive. So can we meet that target of 390 in the year 2022? So we were trying to see if such demand came, how much can we handle? If it's less what we can handle, then we'll have to find ways of mitigating or reaching the customer demand. But then we found that we are more than capable of meeting the customer demand of 390 components because we can do 540 components. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vincent. We can have Judge comments.
Well, thank you very much, Team Quality. Dealing with a world-class company like Hitachi obviously puts a lot of pressure on you. An ordinary person visiting your plant there would expect a lot from you, especially when you are dealing with material handling management. I'm just wondering, you haven't mentioned any systems that has been installed that could help you, because actually you have a problem of inventory here. So I'm not seeing, or you haven't mentioned, or probably I didn't hear it, that we are using such and such a system to ensure that we do not have too much and we do not have at the same time too little. There's a balance between what is being demanded and what we are able to supply. So I thought you would comment on that. And looking at the pictures in the presentation, certainly one interesting one is the current situation analysis one, where there seem to be like crates holding something like gears, and the whole place is choked with the stuff. At the end there, you mentioned that you're actually doing 5S. So I think that I would urge you to reconsider. Yes, that's the one. Reconsider that one, the 5S or 2 you are using, to make sure that the place is not so much like that, to decongest it with your materials. But also, I know that the pictures look very bright, but I'm not sure if you have managed, for instance, areas of ventilation, lighting, walkways are not defined. I think I've seen demarcation between where the materials are and the person, but there's no defined walkway whereby someone will know that they should not go beyond this point. And then how do you really manage what we can say the issue of machine versus people? Because certainly you have already mentioned there's no space. So I would have loved that you mentioned that one very well. Which way are you going? You are increasing in the area of technology or in the area of training for skills to do things?
Okay, thank you so much for your questions. Maybe to start with, it's just that our prime focus in this presentation was not mainly to show the safety side. Otherwise, we have demarcations. I'm trying to remember if there's a picture where it has a certain demarcation to show, but anyway, sorry. But otherwise, sorry, the picture has just gone through. Otherwise, we do have specific walkways, because in these areas, there's also machineries like forklifts which pass in here. So we just don't put things anyhow. maybe in the last picture where I said, yeah. So it's coming up. So in this picture, if you can see that yellow line, these bins are these bins that are here. So this is a walkway between there and there. So it's a sufficient walkway that even our 3-ton forklift, it's a big machine, would pass. Even those who are using cranes, they'll put here and they'll pass. We even have situations where there are big components a forklift cannot offload. We'll reverse in a truck and then the crane will be able to offload. So it was just unfortunate our focus was in understanding the capability and not really the safety side of it. So that's why we didn't show it this way. And then on saying that we have a good 5S system, yet we have a lot of disassembled parts. So as I earlier mentioned, each bin has got its own component. Each bin has got its own type of jobs. So but we just don't put them anyhow. They have to be in a standard way for easy location, for easy grabbing, which will then answer my question to say, you ask whether we have a minimum and a maximum. So the way our system works is we get orders from the customer. These are not our parts per se. The customer owns them. So they bring 10, we'll work on 10 and tell them we've done your assessment, here's the report, what's the way forward. So if the customer says, okay, build me 5, then they'll send us a purchase order. But as long as they're quiet, we have almost nowhere to take. We'll inform them for scrap, we'll tell them that we'll have to scrap it off within a period of 14 days because we can't keep scrap material. So unfortunately, it leads us to building some of these things because they don't necessarily belong to us, they belong to our customer. But otherwise, management has begun engaging them, and that is hence part of the direction or the cascade to say, let us find our capability so that we know how to now handle these components which have been staged for a long time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just one clarification, Mr. Nambo. Hitachi has been doing quite some commendable work in terms of supporting Kaizen, because year in, year out you come here and you do presentations which are good. But my question is, are you developing other QCC circles within Hitachi? Because I tend to see almost just your quality control team coming here to do the presentations. Do you have a policy to also try and develop some other QCC teams within Hitachi? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, we have. In fact, the past year plan has been we have branches in Lumwana and Kansanshi on sites. So the plan was to have QCC teams there, which started. So we had 6 teams. Currently, we are now at 13 teams. Unfortunately, due to the rise in COVID, we could not have some of these teams present here. And we had serious cases within our company that just made everything come down. So this year we only presented these 2 as these were done within here in Lusaka, and it was our department which it just made it much easier than having others do it. But I'm sure now that cases are coming down, I'm sure you'll be able to see more teams from us from sites that you've never seen before. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. A round of applause to Team Quality. So we'll break for lunch. I'm told lunch is ready. So please pass through the registration table and get your meal card. Then we'll come back at exactly 14 hours. So enjoy your lunch. See you then. So lunch is being served in Kafiwe Hall. You can go to Kafiwe Hall.
with the Kaizen.
Hello. Welcome back. Okay, so you're waiting for the assessors. We are waiting for the judges to come so that we can begin. So Team Power, get ready. Team Power from Kafio Steel, get ready. You are the next presenters.
You are a gentleman. Okay. No, the issue is there is no one to judge you.
Oh, no, it doesn't get to.
Okay.
What they ask.
Okay, no question. So,
Team Power, you are ready? Okay, so we are just waiting for the assessors to come. Okay, the assessors are here to empower, get ready. Mr. Kayamba can upload the presentation. Okay, so Team Power from Kafue Steel, they are looking at a project on how they can reduce the electrical breakdown during rebar Y8 production from the monthly average of 2 hours to 0. So Team Power can proceed.
Thank you so much, moderator.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to be here. My name is Edgar Sidilo. I'm the Quality Management System Enforcer and also the Office Admin and also Electrical Technician for Rodin Mills Kafue Steel Plant. This is my colleague, Mr. Nkula Mvula. He's one of our engineers in the department. Today we are presenting to you a very interesting, short and brief Kaizen project that we did back in Kafue. Okay, let me just try to explain it to you. Reducing electrical breakdown time during rebar Y8 production from monthly average of 2 hours to 0% by 11th December 2021. I think I've already explained the team members, me, my colleague here, and also some colleagues that are not were not able to travel with us to Kafue due to some issues back at work. Next. Okay, for the sake of time, I'm not going to explain much about our company profile. I'll bank on Team Achievers and Team Sanjay that have already done that. Okay, I think we can go to the theme selection. Okay, our theme selection is that one of the departmental yearly objective was to reduce equipment downtime. Management directed Team Power to suggest how they can improve equipment efficiency of DC drive 4 and 5 ABB to reduce production time. Theme definition. During wire production, DC drive for motor number 4 and 5 used to give problems, causing stoppages in production. The production would stop for an average of about 2 hours per month, causing production loss of about 22 tons per month, which is equivalent to about $21,560 if equivalent to cash. Our KPI consideration were that breakdown time, the time that the machine fails during production was at 2 hours, and our target was to reach 0. Machine efficiency, the ratio of machine availability during production was at 70%, and our target was 90%. As earlier explained, our target setting, we were at 2 hours average per month of breakdown for DC drive number 4 and 5, and our target was 0 hours. The slide on your screen here is showing our monthly downtime for the year 2021. We have selected specific months where we had breakdowns for DC drive number 4 and DC drive number 5. These months elaborate, and if you add the breakdowns together, they will show you that we had about 1,175 minutes in breakdown time in a period of about 6 months. Thank you. The current situation analysis, it's simply showing the breakdown we have had for these machineries for DC drive number 4 and 5 for 2021. As you can see, for November specifically, the breakdown skyrocketed very high prompting us to take immediate action. Current situation analysis, these were the drives in question that we were running with, that were giving us problems. Okay, so we used one of the tools, Kaizen tools, to try to find the problem. We sat down with my team and started brainstorming using the fishbone diagram. So from the fishbone diagram, we took measurement, man, machine, environment, materials, and method. So from all these, after brainstorming, we actually arrived to a conclusion that one of the major problems that was there is the complicated DC drive setup, also the outdated design. Also some other minor contributions, but these were the major ones. We also, after the fishbone diagram, we took it further and went on and did the YY analysis for the same. So the first Y explained, asked the cause and effect situation. So after going through all this and trying to find out where the problem was, we arrived to a situation whereby we understood that this machine had just outlived its lifespan. We also used another tool which is called the idea map. From the idea map on your screen, you are able to see that we have the modification of the old GameCo drive. We have also the configuration of the GameCo drive. We also have the update of SOPs. From here, what was happening here was that the ABB drives that we were using before, they were giving us some problems. And those problems we used to get from the ABB drive prompted us to come up with ideas to make sure that we do not have reoccurrence of the same situation. So these are, just to give you a clear picture, we have about 5 drives, from drive number 1 to drive number 5. The first one up to number 3 is a different type of drive, which are GameCo drives. These GameCo drives, after doing some analysis, we realized that we haven't been having so many problems compared to these other ABB drives. So we actually sat down and told ourselves, no, let's do something about this situation. How about we change from ABB to GameCo, because we have seen the benefits of GameCo, even if we have maybe small faults, they were not as costly or as complicated to fix as the ABB drives were. So that's just a summary of where we started from. Okay, so we did also the action plan, the 5W1H, which talks about the what, why, where, who, when, and how. From this action plan you're seeing on your screen, you can see where the whole idea started from. The idea started from, as I have earlier alluded. So after we sat down, we went and got discarded GameCo drives, the drives that were just packed somewhere in the storeroom because they were not in use, they were not even working. We took those drives, sat down with our team, fixed them, repaired them to a workable condition, and replaced the same drive at a very, very minimum cost. Replaced the ABB drives with these GameCo drives. These drives up to now, as this morning, we are coming from the plant just now, they are working in perfect condition for now almost 2 months. This is the performance action. This was actually the process of us changing the same drives. We did everything in-house, just using the normal technicians that do their day-to-day jobs. Okay, this performance action is just trying to explain further, whereby in-house replacement of ABB drive with GameCo DC drives, where installation, configuration of PLC and commissioning was done in-house. Everything was done in-house at a very, very low cost. So results and confirmation of results. Downtown comparison of DC stand number 4 and number 5 before and after modification of discarded GameCo drives. As you can see there, we had an average of 120 minutes of downtime almost every month for the past year of 2021, compared to this year of January and February, where we've had absolutely no breakdown on the machinery that we have installed. So standardization, what we did here, we sat down and made sure that what we did was going to be installed in the SOPs and also in the training programs of our operators. So SOPs have been updated and are followed. Training of operators has been done so that even if we have a future problem with those machines that we have installed, the operators will know where to touch and what to do. Routine maintenance schedule strictly followed. Here was just simply trying to make sure that the installed machines that we have installed will remain at least in the condition that they are in, if we are going to follow all the preventive maintenance schedule as planned by management and the team. Tangible benefits. Production downtime was reduced from a monthly average of 2 hours to 0 hours. Another one, further production loss of about 22 tons per month was avoided. And the last one, over $21,560 was recovered. Thank you so much. Okay. And then intangible effect. Intangible effect here, we are in zone D because this is obviously the first time we are presenting this. So hopefully we will now go to zone C. Our next Kaizen project is for TMT flying share coupling encoder. For this one, let me just give you a brief for you to understand the same. After the DC drives, we have some motors that follow up in the process for making steel. So that's where one of these motors is for a flying shear. A flying shear is simply a knife that makes sure we have the right centimeters or meters for the same bars that we are producing. So we have been having some problems whereby the same knife has a coupling that keeps on breaking over time, almost on a monthly basis, maybe once, and so on and so forth. So our next project is to make sure that we keep on improving. Thank you. So our next project is to make sure that we keep on improving and reduce downtime by all costs. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Howard. Do you have questions from the audience? Yes, sir. If I can just draw you back a little bit on the standardization. On standardization, you did mention that the routine maintenance schedules are strictly followed. Yeah, just an addition, I think another area you can look at on the schedules is you need to review the schedules. Possibly, there are some 1 or 2 points which you need to include or subtract or remove to make sure that your schedules are actually correct. We call it PM reviews. Maybe the frequency might be too much or maybe too long, and maybe 1 or 2 areas from experience after this particular. You can include, maybe you need to include, let's say, you clean more, okay, or maybe the areas which you were cleaning are actually not on the schedule, so you include on it. That's just my point.
Thank you so much. Take a note.
Okay, do you have any other question?
No.
Yes.
Thank you. So these improvements have a telling effect on the morale of the employees at the end of the day. So I would actually propose that in most of, as one of the intangible effects, staff motivation does result out of it, and that has a very long-term effect on the employees. It also removes frustrations on the employees that were working on the machines. It also improves, so there's a very big HR spin to this, which I would actually recommend that we also take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take a note.
Okay, so we can have comments from the judges.
Thank you very much, Team Power, for that well-articulated presentation. It was quite easy to follow. I just have some points to just note for you. Where you state the financial benefit, the $21,560, just ensure that you also state it's over what period. So that saving that you made, was it in a month? Was it in a year? So that then your management can add quantum to it.
I've taken note of that, and it was for a month. Sorry, we didn't include it in the report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, that's noted. And then another thing I wanted to just clarify from you. You replaced the ABB drives with the GameCo drives. What have you done with the ABB drives? Are you not maybe also just creating extra inventory? And also, are you considering looking at how you can remove the potential of creating waste, or maybe changing the supplier, so that you then, in the future, advise management to go with GameCo as opposed to ABB? That is one. Then also another thing you might want to consider is compare the cost. Compare the cost of acquisition of an ABB drive and that of a GameCo drive. We might be realizing these gains, but then you find that the cost of buying a new GameCo drive might just override whatever you have gained. So those are things that you might want to also look at going forward, so that you quantify the net gain correctly. Then the last one is just an encouragement on the use of Kaizen tools. What you could have done also in the, you could have probably just done a comparison. I like the fact that you use data. In your analysis, you've showed us a trend, the data that you gathered over the months. There was a very nice slide that had that. But also just consider in future, because you're looking at performance of two different pieces of machinery component, ABB drive versus GameCo. So you can also show how you arrived at, if we replace the ABB with the GameCo one, it's because over the last 6 months, when we've analyzed this trend, the machines or the parts where you stated it, where you had the two GameCo drives, the performance was much better. So you could have had even just a histogram showing one against the other one. Otherwise, well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Powell. So our next presenters are coming from Zambia Brothers. Okay, are we ready? All right. So Zambia Breweries, they are presenting a project on how they reduced the site water usage ratio from 3.59 HL YTD to 3.43. Are you ready, Zambia Breweries? Okay, you can proceed.
Mr. Moderator, sir, there's a request if we can go to the other team. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, so we can
So
skip
Team Lusumbuko from Pemba Town Council. Are you ready? Okay, so Team Lusumpuko from Pemba Town Council, they are presenting a project on how they improved the staff performance from an average score of 1.9 to 2.5 by December 2020. Are you ready, Tim?
Yes.
Okay, you can proceed.
Thank you so much. Cleopatra Makondo is my name, with my colleague, Lessons Chipego, representing Team Lusumpuko from Pemba Town Council, and our theme is to improve staff performance of an average of 1.9 to 2.5 by December 2022. Our team comprises of 8 participants, where 6 are female and 2 are male. Organization profile: Pemba Town Council is situated in Southern Province and is at the exact midpoint between Lusaka and Livingstone. As you can see, the kilometers are showing there. And the council provides services as mandated in the Local Government Act number 2 of 2019. And some of the key services provided include the following. If you look at point number 3, where the council also provides civic services such as licensing, rates, and intersectional collaboration through the district planning unit. Our vision as a council is number 1 is sustainably develop district through good governance, enhance socio-economic and cultural opportunities by 2022. Sorry, there was a typo error there, supposed to be 2022, not 2021. Our mission statement is committed to sustainably provide quality socio-economic services, adequate infrastructure through public-private partnership, and service delivery effectively and efficiently to the residents of Pemba District. Our overall goal is to be a sustainably developed district that improves livelihoods and living standards of its population. And our key principle is to develop the district through good governance, enhance socio-economic efficiency, integrity, sustainability, and cultural opportunities. Our departmental objectives is to manage provision of administrative and logistic support services in order to ensure efficient and effective operations of the council. Number 2, to manage effectively the human resource management functions in order to enhance staff performance and industrial harmony. And the 5th one is to manage effectively provision of security services in order to protect council property and staff. Theme selection. How did we come up with our project? We used card voting method, where the first point that we selected, which was staff performance, which scored 16 points, and the list was failure to prepare a work plan, which scored 2 points. Thank you. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Good afternoon. We can go straight to problem definition. Staff performance is critical to the effective service delivery of the department and the council at large. However, the ideal situation is that the council provides service delivery such as construction of roads, gazettes, which are non-gazetted, garbage collection, offering a clean environment, to mention but a few. Instead of these things happening, it has been deducted that there is actually a low performance of employees, which has resulted in inefficient and ineffective operation of the councils. This has deprived the community of the much needed services. So if you were to come to Pemba, you'd find that there is actually garbage along the streets. You go to the market, the toilets are not cleaned. So what is making that to be like that? So we had to undertake a current situation analysis. We used the APAS, appraisal performance, annual appraisal performance system, to gauge as to why workers were behaving like that. Current situation. This is the current situation. We got staff appraisals
which were 38 in numbers. After collecting them, we analyzed them, as you can see on the table above. Upon analysis, we found that actually there was an average of 1.3 people who were not performing. Sorry for that. We actually found that most of our employees were performing below 1.9. Yeah, they were performing below 1.9. And then those people, other people were actually above 2.1. Among the people who were performing above the target, these people had offices. Those who did not have offices were performing below the target of 1.9. Our target was 2. So on the key performance indicator, go to the key performance indicator, okay. Our goal was to have staff performance enhanced by 31st December 2022. Our KPI, that's key performance indicator, was staff performance on key result areas. The definition of key result areas was to have average staff performance. Our current status is at 1.9. Our target by 2022 is 2.5. That is above target. So you can see that was the multiplication we made. Target Kaizen ratio, it will be at 32%. That was our activity plan. In January, we had an activity plan drawn. In January, we looked at issues pertaining to project selection and data collection and analysis, as I have just explained. Then February, cause analysis and improvement measure development. Then from February to August, we'll be looking at implementation of whatever we're going to find. Then from April to December, it will be monitoring of whatever we will be implementing. Then we can go to the cause and effect analysis. We use the Kaizen tool. Yeah, we use the Kaizen tool, of which you can see this side, low staff performance. We looked at different things that were causing low staff performance. We had work environment, the employees themselves. We looked at the materials, the machines, and the management practices. Starting from the management practices, we found out that management was actually delaying in implementing council resolution. Even if you come up with a resolution that can you look after the buildings or can you make sure that you release the funds so that the area can be cleaned, they would not release the funds in time. They will give you excuses like there is no grant, there is no money, and all those things. As a result, services are not delivered on time. Go to the machines. Lack of printers and photocopiers. As I'm talking to you, we don't even have printers, people. We go to the market and do our printing. Even the papers we are printing to give out people, we were doing them from the markets. Lack of computers. Yes, computers, excuse me, there it's not supposed to be like, I think it was a typing error. Inadequate computers. We just have few computers. Imagine we are managing the council where we look after the whole public, and those people, they need books. They need the minute books. We are unable to provide enough minute books to those people because of such things. Then we go to materials. Inadequate stationery, papers, just paper itself, it's very difficult to find. Sometimes you remove your own money. You become so innovative as an employee so that you meet the requirements. Inadequate filing cabinets. There are no adequate filing cabinets. If you are looking for a file, I'm sure our friends were explaining. That's why when you go to council, you're asking for a plot. We'll have to look for a file, search, because there are no filing cabinets, colleagues. Then employees. Most of them, actually, it's supposed to be lack of training for Division 4s. Most of them, you find that they are not trained. The others, it's just poor work attitude. We carried out a test. We carried out a test using the attitude, test questions, we found that those people who did not have offices, their attitude was very bad. Meaning these are the people who have the files of those people with the plot C, the files of those people with the CDF project C, those projects for the schools, for the what. That's why you're seeing some of these projects are being delayed because of the attitude of the employees. How can someone be going to some office to remove a file when they don't have an office themselves? It's frustrating for them. Work environment, health hazards. Workers, in an office, sometimes you find that in one office there are 10 people. During the COVID time, there is this other office where about 5 people had COVID in one office. So you can imagine the output for those people left much to be desired. 14 days of being away from work, meaning that person cannot even meet their targets. Poor ventilation, congestion, inadequate office space. You can see there we have circled. This one was the core reason. This one was the one which actually caused the workers not to perform accordingly. Then root cause validation. You can see that from the sample of 38, the staff without space were 34%. Staff with the office space were 66%. Then staff without space, you can see the average performance was at 1.3. Then those ones with office space, it was 2.1. Inadequate office space causes officers to share offices and issues of confidentiality is compromised. Also, it's not healthy to work in a crowded office where diseases can be easily spread, as I have alluded to. Failure of some employees carrying out their duties effectively. We've got people like HIV and AIDS coordinator. When people from somewhere probably visit them, they cannot even share their confidential issues. So, this is what I mean. Status work environment. You can see some employees are working from such places. You can see how dilapidated those chalets are. Some of them, they don't even have a proper, you can say grass. You can't say even iron sheets, no. Grass sheets. You can see that they are covered in with that. Yes. Partition some offices, our countermeasure, partition some offices to create additional temporary offices, procure workstations, renovate the chalets, enhance cleaning in and out of offices. Long-term, implementing council resolution to build other offices. Then the idea map, you can see, office partitioning, procure workstations, renovate chalets, enhance cleaning. Then on office partitioning, we identify offices suitable for portioning, seek management approval, engage works to portion, identify offices suitable for workstation, generate, purchase, requisition, engage procurement of to purchase. Then on enhancing cleaning the environment, acquire cleaning materials, engage staff to participate in cleaning activities. Then on this we used these two for W's, 5 W's and 1 H, 1 husband and 5 wives. What, why, where, who, and when. Yes, so some officers who identify offices suitable for partitioning, others, why? To produce a list of officers to be partitioned. Then the other one, where Pemba Town Council, then we assigned the officers. For this one, it was Blessings Chipego. Then when, by 20th March, they should finish this assignment. How? Visit each office to check the suitability for partitioning. Progress of in-performance of actioning. We already started doing something. You can see there's a workstation where there was a big office. We partitioned this, and this accommodated 3 additional staff from those without offices. Progress of performance of actions. There was a plan developed to renovate the chalets. It's already there now. Continuous improvement is incorporated in annual work plan to encourage officers to work extra hard. Weekly performance reviews is undertaken by Council Secretary to monitor staff performance on their work. With the improved cash flow to the Council resulting from CDF, we are confident that all our countermeasures will be implemented effectively. Performance of actions will continue as we monitor the results to assess the effectiveness of the measures implemented. We shall come back next year to share with you the results of this project at the council, which we have embarked as a council. And new projects will be undertaken. So far, we have noted the following tangible effects. As Lumsupuko team, we are able to cooperate using our individual skills and providing constructive feedback despite any personal conflict being between individuals. Motivation, our team is highly motivated because we are all involved in decision making, which has made everyone to feel part and parcel of the organization. Learning from one another, we also learn from one another as a team. We are able to share knowledge and skills which have been attained by various people. There's been improved communication in the team. Because of improved communication, our team is productive and operating effectively. It has also promoted team building and has made working more fun. We are thanking Pemba Town Council Management, which has been very supportive in our journey up to this day. We also thank Kaizen Institute of Zambia, who have been not sleeping, especially those who have been coaching us. Then we're also thankful to the ward councillors for adopting and approving the introduction of Kaizen at Pemba Town Council. Twalumba, thank you very much.
A round of applause for Team Lumsupuko from Pemba Town Council, and of course, passionate presentation. Okay, so I'll invite 2 questions from the audience. Comments, contributions? Yes.
Thank you very much. I think mine is a comment and a recommendation. Personally, I'm very delighted by that very important project, as simple as it looks, but I think looking at the clients that you serve in the country and the importance of the councils, it's very important that you set the pace in terms of other councils also to start embracing this concept under those very difficult circumstances that you are working under. But it's very impressive to see that teams are going beyond and to find better ways of doing things. Just a comment in your presentation on your activity plan. I've taken note that you've just indicated how you plan to execute those tasks, but it would be good as a team, in order to monitor how you'll be implementing them, you also add the actual so that you keep updating. From that plan, the objective plan you have, you also include a role which will be updating the actual, so that you ensure that all your activities are on schedule. Otherwise, it's a very impressive project for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voster. Do you have another comment? Yes, Mr. Sampemba.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's a very good Kaizen project, because it's looking at saving the public, because that's you are in a public institution. Looking at your fish pond, or maybe first in the introduction of your project is talking about to improve staff performance on that average of 1.9 to 2.5. Then again, if you look at in your countermeasures, you realize that one of the biggest challenges being a public service provider is mostly it's maybe it's say management. In this case, I don't know, maybe it could be the senior people there, maybe it's the government, the entire government. Maybe you could consider trying to look at what type of people are being employed in that area. It could be maybe one of the reasons why the performance is quite poor. Of course, maybe the situation where you say offices are not good offices, as you're trying to make also maybe some suggestion. You look at the situation where maybe other people, the work they are doing is the nature is the office work, but we find that there are no offices. So we could consider maybe coming up with what we call open offices, where maybe one structure, then then you petition some offices so that people can be accommodated in that. Otherwise, that's a very good project.
Okay, thank you. We go direct to judge comments. Do we have comments from the judges?
Director of Ceremony, thank you very much. And yes, indeed, I will join my friends who have thanked Lusumpuka for very good presentation. And I think an eye-opener to some of us who do not live in Pemba. Things are happening in Pemba. Yeah, it's very good to see our colleagues from the public sector actively involved in seeking ways of improving the services to the people. I think it's very, very important, and they should not be discouraged by the structures. I think the most important asset you have are willing people who are ready to carry out the work. And therefore, the critical factor will be how do you motivate and continue motivating your colleagues at Pemba Council. But let me just mention that I would have loved in your analysis using the cause and effect diagram, the fishboard, I would have loved if you had gone a little further to question your own answers. Because certainly you would ask once and it ends there. There was need to question your answer a little bit. Let me just give an example. On the fishboard, if you can get there. Okay. And the one you dealt with very well, a little bit detail, was the work environment. Okay, and let's say you came to the question, inadequate space. Office space. You can still question why. And you can still give us some more information. Some of the answers, of course, will be based on inadequacy in terms of policy from the local authority, and could also be budgeting problems and so on. But it's very important that when you are using this cause and effect diagram, you go a little bit further more to explore why certain things are there or why they are not there. That will give us a lot of answers. Now, you have exposed us to the status work environment, and you obviously refer to the huts here, which are called chalets. I think this should not discourage you. As a country and as a district, the process of development is still going on. I think what we need to worry about as Zambians should be our own attitude to work. And if our attitude to work would improve, probably both the policymakers, the councillors, as well as the local authorities, would be more focused in developing infrastructure to be used for servicing the people. So do not get discouraged. This is a wonderful thing. This is a good presentation. And it gives us an insight in how much we are lacking as a country, not only as Pemba. So I would like to encourage you. This is very good and pretty good. Continue using Kaizen tools to identify and solve problems within your reach, and those that you cannot solve, to ensure that they are communicated to the higher authorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Director of Programs, kindly indulge me. I would just love to, I think I would be failing if I didn't state this on behalf of all the beautiful and wonderful women in this country. You are a team composed of, if I heard you correctly, 6 women,
yes,
and 2 men.
Yes.
Congratulations, and you are doing Kaizen for the first time, I believe.
It is actually our first time, yes.
So I want to encourage you and give you a round of applause.
Thank you.
Well done. You've embarked on a very difficult area because most of the solutions will probably be outside your control, but the baby steps that you've started can be a litmus test for all the other councils. Well done, ladies. The only other encouragement I would give you is you started off with a Kaizen ratio of 32, was it 32%?
32%.
You calculated it at 32%. We would love to see after the changes and the little implementation that you've done, how is your Kaizen ratio looking? So start looking to that as well, and I want to see you next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So our next presenters are coming from Zambia breweries. So they are presenting a project on reducing site water usage from a ratio of 3.59 to 3.43. Are you ready, guys? Okay, we can proceed.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for the previous inconvenience. I must make a disclaimer before the timekeeper starts taking notes. So we are coming here for the first time, and thank you so much for having invited us. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to present what we do as a business. So we got the invitation about 2 weeks ago. The only positive thing is we've got these systems in place in the business, so we only had to transfer from the templates that we use into a presentation mode. So that's the only disclaimer I had to make. And for the judges and others, you'll notice that there's a slight difference in what you are seeing to what's here because of the fact that we didn't have the comfort of time. So I did make mention to the team that some of the data only came through yesterday because we wanted to also include the financials in the report, and that's what you probably see. So timekeeper, we can now start the meeting. Yeah, so our project is on water usage, and I'm joined by two members. Bruce Chombo, who's our E&F specialist, energy and fluid specialist, and Ngandu, who is our unit manager in packaging, and myself, Jabez P, who is the Voyager plant optimization manager. So Zambian Breweries as a business, I can assure you that we are the only company in here that can make all of you happy. In that we can give you the drinks and we can give you the beer. So these are amongst our portfolios. I won't make mention of them because most of them are quite familiar with us. So you notice that in our supply logo, there's one key component in there, which is water usage. So as a business, we want to make sure that the amount of water that we use when producing the beer is at a ratio that is not wasteful. So in this regard, the total water we use is divided by the amount of beer that we make in order for us to get this ratio. So the lower the ratio, the better it is. This is good for us as a business because we use less chemicals to make that water, and it is good for the environment because the less water we use, knowing that water is a scarce resource, as my guys will state, we really need to make sure that we take care of it as a business and as a country, because there is a challenge of water across the globe. And where Zambian Breweries Lusaka is located is in a high water stress area. As such, we need to really take care of our water. In terms of team member selection, that's why you've noticed that this is the only team with 3 people presenting. We opted to do this in that we really want everyone to participate in this. One thing that we do as a business is use a concept called R2, D2 plus 1, which means you need to identify the right problem. You need to have the right people. You need to have data. You don't need to wallow about when sorting out a problem. And the plus 1 is that you do not need to reinvent the wheel. Most of the solutions are available across the globe. All you need is just to look in the right place and you find those solutions. That's why we are using this Kaizen system, because these are proven solutions worldwide. Thank you so much. And part of the team members, I'm sure you can read them through. And we also put the exact thing that the person will be contributing, because we just don't want to make a big group without other people influencing the project positively. Thank you so much. At this point, I think Nandu will take the team through.
Good afternoon once more. Thanks, Jabez, for even going through most of the things that I was supposed to talk about. So as a business, we've got a manufacturing management system that's called VPO, which is short for Voyager Plant Optimization. And the management system has got different pillars. And one of those pillars is the environmental pillar. And the environmental pillar is comprised of different blocks. And amongst those blocks, like you can see, we've got the natural resources block, which we refer to as the N block. So under the N block, we basically look at natural resources like water, we look at carbon dioxide, we look at the energies, we look at electricity, which is basically just explained there. Then just to give more emphasis as to how much importance the business puts to water. Amongst the 2025 sustainability goals that we have, we've got one of them, which is water stewardship. So when we talk about water stewardship, what exactly are we talking about? We're talking about 100% of our communities in high water stressed areas having measurably improved water availability and quality. Like he has already mentioned, my colleague Jabez, as a business, most of our products use 90% of water, and they're made up of 90% of water. I know most of the consumers of our products would disagree with me and think it's just mostly alcohol, but 90% of it is water. So we use a lot of water as a business. So the more we reduce the water that we use, the better for the communities that are around us. This is why this project was a huge one for us as a business. Why exactly would we like to optimize water? One of them is cost. So it's costly for us to treat the water that we use for the business, because being in a food manufacturing industry, we really need to ensure that the water that we're using is safe for our consumers. So there's a lot of cost that's attached to us treating the water. Then even just pumping the water from wherever we're getting the water and ensuring that we're using it in the process, there's also cost attached to that. The cost of the labor, the cost of the treatment of the effluent that we have at the end of the process. And just to give you an insight of what cost is attached to the water, we've got a rough estimate of how much we're actually spending on the treatment of water, or on the actual production of water per hectoliter. Three-quarters of the things that are here have already been mentioned. So these are some of the uses that we use the water that we get. So we've got the use of mainly to brew our beers, the making of soft drinks, the cleaning of our vessels or CIPs, and also to generate steam, because steam is one of the energies that we use in the process for heating processes. Just to summarize what my colleague mentioned, so the ratio that we use, or how we know as to whether we're improving in our usage of water, is a ratio that we call water usage ratio. So this is basically a ratio of how much water that we're using divided by the packaged volume that actually goes out to the consumer. We'll have other packaged products that will not go to the consumer because of quality issues. That's definitely not going to be used in that ratio, because remember, it means for all of those products that we produced in that manner, we just wasted water that was used for the production of those. So this is one key thing that my colleague Bruce is going to be mentioning throughout his presentation. Then most importantly, we developed a loss and waste to show how our departments use water in this regard. So to start with, you have the site water usage, which is just depicting the water that's used or the ratio that's used as a site. Then we break down the water usage into different departments to enable us to problem solve in a more chronological order. Like Jabez mentioned, we've got different departments, and every one of us per department need to ensure that we are all fighting towards the same goal. I think from this point, I'll ask Bruce to come through and carry on with the methodology of the project.
Thank you very much, Ngandu. Good afternoon once more. Okay. So basically, my colleagues have already talked about what the project is all about. So I'm just going to do is to run you through the problem-solving session. Yeah. So what you are seeing there is a powerhouse for ZB. We call it the powerhouse because everything that we need is found in there. So I don't know if it's clear enough for you, but what we have there are pillars. We've got 7 pillars there, but our area of focus is the management pillar. So under management pillar, we've got other sections, but again, our area of interest is the problem solving. So inside this problem solving tool, the other two that as management, we sat down, we defined the problem, we understood the problem, and we also identified the tools to use for the problems that we are having. So this is a tool, high-level tool that we identified to use to sort out the problems that we are having for the year 2020 to achieve what we achieved for 2021. So looking at this problem-solving tool, it has 8 steps in 4 phases. So what you're seeing there is basically a summary of what I'm going to talk about in the coming slides. So as you can see there, I've got what is called a PDCA. So on the letter P there, you can see there are steps there. We've got a problem identification, data observation, process analysis, and then step 4, the action. And then going to the next step, step 5, action execution. And then we've got step 6 there, that's result checking. And also step 7, standardization and conclusion and reporting. Okay, yeah, so going to the first step, which is the planning, what to identify the problem, which is the high water usage as a site. So what you're seeing here is more or less like a target setting. So as a site, we've got targets that we follow with regard glide path targets that are set by the zone. So what you're seeing there is problem description to reduce site water usage ratio from 3.59 to 3.43. So this is a year-to-date target. Okay. So again, maybe just to give more clarity, maybe you're seeing other things there. So we've got a benchmark within the business unit, which is in Mbarara. So this is a site that's outstanding with regard to water usage. As you can see, the target there is 2.8. So as a site, this is more or less like our inspiration. We want to reach a level where we can, instead of setting our target to 3.43, but we reach 2.8. So Mbarara is a benchmark for our brewery. So going to data observation. Sorry, the slides are a bit lagging. Yeah, so going to data observation, this is how we performed for the year 2020. So what you are seeing on the left here is targets, glide path targets. So as you can see, it wasn't a good year for us. I think only on a few months we managed to perform under, below the target, but the rest of the month we are out. So as management, we sat and then came up with what is called a water ratio KPI tree. So this is basically a process map which led us to specific areas that causes the problem. So you testify to this. In most cases, you find that when you're dealing with a problem, most of the times you find that you deal with the symptoms, you also deal with the problems, but the chances are high that that problem will reoccur again. So what this process map helps is it will help you tackle the root causes to prevent the problem from reoccurring. So what you're seeing there is more or less like total site water ratio, and then it breaks down into various departments and also the PIs that will lead you to preventing that the problem from reoccurring. So after we did the root cause analysis using the KPI tree, these are some of the actions that were discovered under law of factory efficiency, man, and also method and environment, and also measure. So from the root cause analysis, the fishbone there, we had to do some 5 whys as to why some of the actions were popping up. So from both the fishbone and the 5-wire analysis, we want to come up with some actions. Of course, you might maybe see few actions here, but this is high level. So there were some quick win actions, what we call quick wins, actions such as maybe just knowledge gap on some of our employees, and also just maybe, for example, pipe leakages where you just need to see, but what you're seeing here is high level actions. As you can see, some of the actions are just mandatory. You need a lot of money to execute some of the projects that you're seeing here. So after implementing the actions from the actions that you've seen from the previous slides, this is a comparison before the actions were implemented and after implementing the actions. So as you can see, this is basically what I just showed you in the earlier slides, how we performed. So after implementing the actions, you can see the actual performance is the one in pardon me, I'm not so good with colors, but I think this should be brown, and then the other blue, if it's navy blue, yeah, that's the target. So it's only in November where we had a spike, and we had some expansion, and then there was a transition of management of change due to the upgrade that was done. So that's why we experienced some spikes in September and October, but after that, we started going down again. So this is a loss and waste after the implementation of some of the projects. As you can see on the loss and waste, we managed to reach a target of 3.41. Yet our set target for the year was 3.43, but we even did better than that. So for the results, we used the PTZ ITF tool to improve our PI. So yeah. As you can see, our target for C20 was 3.59. What we did in C20 was 3.59, but we managed to reduce the site water ratio to 3.41, which is a green number for us. So the percentage improvement was 5.01. And then going to departmental usage-wise, our waste consuming department was brewing. It was 2.21. We managed to reduce it to 1.91. And then percentage improvement was 13.57. And then followed by packaging, utilities, water, and other. So reaching the goal and also is one thing, but again, standardizing and ensuring that you sustain the good results, there are a few things that we decided to put in place. Some of them being the SICs, SOPs, and also the SDA checklist. So the SIC is a short interval control, and then the SOP is a standard operating procedures. So we found that if you visit our breweries, in each section you find that there is this board where our operators are able to track like dynamic PIs with regard to water usages. Okay, I think on this part, my colleague Jabez will finalize.
Yeah, so this is where you can see the tangible benefits to the business in terms of monetary terms. So the business was able to save almost 2.9 million kwacha, and this in dollar form is $175,000, which is a huge amount, and a big up to the team involved. So in conclusion, would love to state the fact that this is something that cannot be achieved by management. It's something that should be done from the top to the bottom. As such, frontline involvement is key in this. And the success of this project is all based on understanding the system itself and all the processes. And lastly, our dream, like here you already alluded to, is to get to 2.75 hectoliter per hectoliter by the end of this year. Thus, we will continue with this Kaizen project, and we look forward to presenting this 2.75 next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim Pamozi from Zambia Breweries. Do we have questions, comments from the audience? No comments? Okay. Comments from the judges?
All right, thank you, Tim Pamozi. When you first came, then you left, I was so worried. And my colleague was saying, I wish they come back and present whatever they have. And from the presentation, I can see you are intense. You are a very intense team. it shows that in just a little while you've managed to put yourselves together, and if you had been around for a long time, you could have been a big thing here. So get encouraged with what you have presented first. From our point of view, we are not disappointed. We are very happy actually with it. You know how to apply the tools, you know how to, you understand the concepts and so on. I think what you would hear from me is that in your course of problem solving, you need to apply a lot of Kaizen tools. And for instance, I've seen you're already dealing with water productivity. I think next time we would like to see the strategy, how you intend to increase the water productivity, for instance. What are you touching? Are you going to touch the input or are you going to touch the output? And then we can see when you quantify whether that it's working to business sense. And I think that is very important. Also, it's important to realize that you are one of the biggest manufacturing concerns in the country. And you are known everywhere, and your product reaches everybody. So issues of quality are very paramount, and we would like to know which quality tools you are going to improve, you are going to apply. Which ones are you employing? How effective is the quality cycle, for instance, at your company? Those things are very, very critical. I think all I can do is just encourage you to say you're on the right track and you've got the energy and you can do a lot with that energy you have.
Yes, at Team Brewing, just to add on to what my colleague has said, I just want to congratulate you for having put up such a wonderful presentation within 2 days. And also, like he rightly said, when I saw you go and sit down, I was actually calling our facilitators and I was like, no, I know they are newcomers, they are newbies, let's give them an opportunity to present. And I'm quite happy that all you were doing was to present different slides from what we had in the pack. So I just want to say well done. And also as a word of encouragement, as Zambian breweries, you have a very large area for productivity improvement and continuous improvement. Like my colleague has said, there's such a large span that you can actually apply. I know you mentioned that you are a team of 3. I believe the Kaizen Institute is also assisting you to try and grow your Kaizen QCCs. Please, immediately after here, knock on the chief executive's door. Let people be dedicated to yourselves, because there's a lot of room for you to actually play in terms of bringing up benefits. The one thing that I noted in the presentation, I think it wasn't from Jarvis, it was from, sorry, I forget the name, on the productivity ratio. I know you mentioned that when calculating the productivity ratio, you were excluding the waste. For me, using Kaizen, waste is also a very good area for you to play in. So in as much as you are trying to look at water productivity, you are looking at the water you are using to produce what goes out, the good stuff that goes out to the consumers, which we all love, including me. You said you're excluding the waste. I would also love for you to also look at projects that, Kaizen projects that are going to look at how can you reduce that water content which is going to waste. Because then you are driving to a level of efficiency. Otherwise, well done, and we can only encourage you to continue on this path, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. Well done, team.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So just to add on, in terms of the accounting for the waste, so we've got another KPI that just talks specifically to that. And to your point, I think we'll look at an opportunity of problem solving specifically on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Team Brewing. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for 10 minutes so that we compile the results Thereafter, we'll have judge comments. Then we also have a statement from the chief JICA representative who's here with us. So we break for 10 minutes, then we convene exactly after 10 minutes. Thank you. So it's actually tea break. It's not just a break. We can have a tea, so it's a tea break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Results are ready. We are just waiting for the printout of our certificates. Mr. Dachi, are you still there? Mr. Dachi, can you get me? Okay, Mr. Dachi is supposed to give a statement. He's joining us virtually. Mr. Dachi, can you get me? Okay, I'll try later. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Thank you for waiting. I'll call upon the judge to come and give us overall comments from their side. Madam Florence, representing the other judges.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are we all energized? Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to say thank you very much to all of you for being with us. It's been a long day from the morning until now. We know you have busy schedules and you set aside your own time to spend some time with us. This actually speaks to the value that you put into pushing Kaizen forward and in working with us as an institute to drive continuous improvement forward. On behalf of my fellow judges, I just wish to congratulate everybody who's made it today. We've experienced some wonderful, wonderful presentations today. And I wish to thank you for all the work that you've put into this, and also just to echo the voices of our minister who was with us in the morning and our Japanese representatives. Whatever we are doing today is for the development of our country. So on behalf of my fellow judges, I just want to pick some positives that we've picked today. We have actually this year witnessed an increased participation in terms of the teams that have presented physically with us today. And for this, I want to say thank you very much to all of you. On this point also, we have witnessed quite a good number of new entrants that have joined us today. And it's amazing to see just how much they've picked up. And I want to recognize from the teams that we're presenting in this room, Zambian breweries, thank you very much. I also want to say thank you to Pemba Council. These are new entrants. And it was amazing to see the energy that was presented today. Please keep it up. The other positive notes I want to share on behalf of my fellow judges, the consistency in some teams has just been phenomenal. We have been with you on this journey, some of you for more than 5 years. Every year you set aside time and you come here to share the good work that you are doing. We just want to say, continue on the journey of continuous improvement and continue on the projects in the words of our trainer and our ambassador for Kaizen in Zambia, Adachi-san. You cannot do Kaizen without continuous improvement. Please keep it up. We also want to make mention that despite the COVID pandemic, we have still seen a high participation from all of you. And this is commendable. You should pat yourselves on the back. In terms of areas of improvement that we've witnessed this year, riding on the COVID-19 pandemic, our expectation was that we'll see a lot of innovative projects being tackled to address issues that are being affected by COVID as well. Because we need to start thinking of innovative ways of working together and also bringing about continuity and productivity. I'll give you an example. Our Gemba-based Kaizen has been challenged due to COVID. If you've noticed in the past 2 years, even us as judges, we've changed the way that we've been judging the projects, the Kaizen projects. We've been unable to visit you in your own spaces to witness the wonderful projects that you are doing, to share ideas with you. So this speaks to the fact that we need to also look at ways in which we can introduce projects that are going to bring about continuous improvement and productivity, even in the face of the COVID pandemic. The use of Kaizen tools, I must make mention, still remains a challenge. In some instances, this is an area where we need from you, our support consultancy team from the Kaizen Institute of Zambia, to just help us in terms of ensuring that as we are working on our Kaizen projects, we need to ensure that we are demonstrating the use of Kaizen and quality improvement tools. The QCC tools, apart from just the QCC tools, we also need a demonstration of the growth in the QCC circles in the environments and the institutions where we are working. There is still room for improvement. In terms of proposals going forward, our CE for Kaizen has actually shared that in the visitations from KIZ, in terms of the focus areas for the projects we are doing, we are looking at use of voice of the customer, value stream mapping, and problem solving, where we now apply the QC story. It is from these three that we expect you to come with solutions that are going to give us productivity and continuous improvement based on Kaizen and quality tools. The other area that would encourage you to look at in the next coming year, as much as possible, let us demonstrate the inclusion of data in the projects that we are doing. Because remember, we cannot improve if we do not have data. Our improvements should have both an aspect of quantitative and qualitative analysis, because most of the Kaizen tools are actually qualitative. So based on this, on behalf of the judges, I just want to say you gave us a very wonderful opportunity, and we are very grateful to everyone who presented today. You are all winners, and let's continue lifting the Zambian flag. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Florence Kunda. Before we proceed, I want to make an announcement. The next National Kaizen Conference will be held on the 17th of February 2023. So you are all advised to submit your reports by 1st October 2022, meaning this year. Also, Kaizen Institute of Zambia will be conducting training, which will start in April this year, and attendance will be both physically and virtually, and the fees are as follows. Level 1 certification, duration 2 days, it's 750 kwacha. Level 2 training is 3 days, which is 1,000 kwacha. And level 3, which is 4 days, 1,500 kwacha. So this training will begin in April this year. Okay, so I want to try and get Mr. Dachi on board. Mr. Dachi, can you get me? I'm told it's almost...
Yes.
Oh, okay. How are you, Mr. Dachi?
I'm fine, very fine, sir.
We miss you. When are you coming back to Zambia?
Can you hear me? And can you see me?
We can see you and we can hear you clearly. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Kiyoshi Adachi. I'm talking from Japan. So my time is already midnight. But the COVID-19 pandemic forced all over the world people to be connected in the network. So that is a good technical enhancement. Anytime, any place, people can connect and talk each other. So let me give you some the comments for your the conference. So thank you very much for inviting me to your nice conference. And since I started the first National Kaizen Conference in 2010, it's already 12 years past. And during those period of time, so your people continue the Kaizen activities. That was very good, the development of your countries. As many people already speaking at the opening ceremonies, the country development, part of country development is done by Kaizen activities. So I'm very glad that you are still continuing that good manners and Kaizen activities, and many new peoples, new entries is coming in. But unfortunately, some of your team in the past has left from Kaizen. Maybe they have many reasons, like people moving or the financial structures. But anyhow, the continuity, the Kaizen activity is a big power. So famous word of Kaizen is continuity is power. If you continue the Kaizen activities, you yourself will be developed through the Kaizen activity. You will learn more from Kaizen. And you have a lot of Kaizen tools which not used yet. So you can use more wide range of Kaizen tools in your activities. That gives you some more chance of new Kaizen the activities. But anyhow, today's I have seen many private organization and public organization people. Some of them are manufacturing and the technical areas. Some of them are administration, services. So wide range of Kaizen is a good development. I hope you continue these wide range of Kaizen activities. And as I told, the continuity is the power. Most important, the Kaizen's manner is continuities. I hope that you develop yourself, and in the meantime, you can train the other peoples. You can multiplicate new members into the Kaizen world. So the total populations, the Kaizen practitioners, will be increased. That will give you the big power in your organization. So please continue your Kaizen activity. Do not stop. I hope I will see you again in the next chance. And I would like to give you some advice. Your next step is to make a Kaizen activity not only you, but hybrid system. That means the team, your team and the other team work together. Like manufacturing line 1, line 2 combine and solve the cross-functional problems. And not only the technical group, but also technical people and administration people or service people work together, try to challenge cross-functional, wide range of Kaizen activities. That will give you the more wide Kaizens, and you will see the more wide range of views, and that make your knowledge more widen up and your technique more wide. The multi-skilled the people will give the big impact to your companies. So the company asset will be increased by doing the hybrid type of Kaizen activities. So please think about the hybrid system Kaizen activities and challenge more wide range of the improvement, cross-functional improvement objectives. So gradually that is coming to the total company objectives. So in the future, I'd like to give you some example of the new style of Kaizen activities. That is not only your organization, but external organization corporations. Like as you work, that is Kaizen. You try to challenge Kaizen together with your suppliers, together with your customers across the organization, so that you will challenge, you will see a more wide range of business view, and you can challenge more wide range of business improvement. Then not only the same business area, but also the different business area people, like private people and public people work together. So some of local town councils, peoples work together with the area private company peoples to solve some social systems. That is possible if you can get a good knowledge of Kaizen activities. Actually, that kind of hybrid activity is the new trend in the world. In the world, advanced countries like China, like India, Singapore, Malaysia, there are people doing such kind of the cross-organizational Kaizen activities to develop new social systems. The keyword, these days keyword in the advanced country is digital transformations. The system, most of the social system is supported by the digital technologies. So the digital transformations makes the new social systems. So that is in the future's view, but someday later, I hope, you will challenge to innovate Zambian social systems. Even though that is a small area, but the wide range of social system should be developed by using digital technologies. That is a new Kaizen, the challenge. I hope someday later you will have some good news from that social system development, social system Kaizen. Anyhow, I hope you will continue the activities, then step by step you will find the new areas and you will find the techniques and the knowledge. So thank you very much for inviting me to your conference, and I hope I will see you again in the next time.
Thank you, Mr. Dachi. So that's Mr. Dachi, the Kaizen expert, addressing us from Japan. So at this point, allow me to invite the 2021 Grand Champions to hand over the trophy. Strong Park, are you there? Are you ready? Please give us back our trophy. They represented Zambia very well. They went for ICQCC and they won a Platinum Award, which is the highest award given to the best presenters. So there you are, the 2021 Grand Champion Awards. They are bringing back the trophy. Thank you so much, Strong Park. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, so I would invite the CEO, we are giving out now the awards. So we have 3 categories of awards. We've got the bronze. When you score more than 60%, you're given a bronze. When you score between 70 and 84%, you're given a silver. Then 85% and above, it's a gold award. So ladies and gentlemen, I would ask the CEO to give these awards to the teams. CEO, sir.
So you stand there.
So the first bronze award goes to Team Pamozi of Zambia Breweries. They are participating for the first time and they managed to score more than 60%. They've done very well. So another bronze award. So another bronze award goes to Team Achievers of Universal Mining and Chemical Industry, Kafue Steel. Thank you, Team Achievers. Okay, another bronze award goes to Team Brewing of Zambia Breweries. Okay, so we now move to silver category. So the first silver goes to Team Lusumpoko of Pemba Town Council. Okay. Another silver award goes to Team Free Thinkers of ZRA, Zambia Revenue Authority. Okay. Another silver. I want to jump to gold. Okay. Another silver goes to Team Sanjay of Universal Mining and Chemical Industry. Okay, another silver award goes to Team Innovators of Strong Pack. Another silver award goes to Team Quality Agents, UMCI Kafir. Another silver award goes to Team Wiantanshi of Strong Pack Zambia Limited. Another silver goes to Team Power of Kafir Steel. Another silver award goes to Team Vigilant of Kanyama General Hospital. Okay, thank you. Another silver award goes to Team West Innovators of Kafir Steel. Okay. Another silver award goes to Team Twikatani of Pemba Town Council. Okay, so we move to the last category, which is gold. And there are very few gold awards. Okay, the first gold award is given to Team Sparrow of Kanyama Jamhuri. The second gold award goes to Team Trained Setters of ZCSF. Okay. Another gold award goes to Team Quality of Hitachi Machinery Construction. The last gold award goes to Team Quality Control of Hitachi Construction. So we have 3 trophies, as you can see. We have the Dr. Ronald Msisha Award, which is given to the public sector for their improvement work in memory of Dr. Msiska, the former Secretary to the Cabinet, who played a major role in deploying Kaizen in Zambia. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to announce the winners of the Dr. Ronald Msiska Award. And the award goes to Team Lusuntuko from Pemba Council. You are not celebrating. We'll get back the trophy. Okay, so another award which is given to the team that has been practicing Kaizen for more than 5 years is called the Kaizen Continuity Award. And allow me to announce the winners for this year. Team Quality of Hitachi Construction. Okay. So it's my rare opportunity to ask Mr. Kizuhiko Tokuhashi to come forward and announce the grand champions. So you can come to the podium, we'll give you the trophy. Come here.
So this year's grand champion, the name of the team is Trendsetters. Congratulations.
Congratulations Team Trendsetters for winning the Grand Champion Award for 2022 National Kaizen Conference. This is a big one. Congratulations. Thank you for participating. Okay, so I would ask the CEO to come and invite the chief representative from JICA.
It has been a long day. I think finally we are about to come to the conclusion. But before I do that, I'll call upon the JICA Chief Resident Representative, Mr. Tokahishi, to come and officially close the 2022 National Kaizen Conference. Mr. Tokahishi, sir.
Honorable Mr. Mulambo Haimbe, Acting Minister of Labor and Social Security. Mrs. Vivian Dorob, Acting Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Mr. Satoshi Ominato, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Japan, Mr. Chora Muitoa, Chief Executive Officer, Kaizen Institute of Zambia, Mr. Alexander Lawrence, Zambia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. H. Inui, the NEPAT agency representative, distinguished CEOs and directors of model companies here present, all protocols observed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to you all. So on behalf of JICA Zambia office, and indeed on my own behalf, it is with great pleasure and honor to be part of this National Kaizen Conference 2022, held under the theme, Enhancing Enterprises' Competitiveness Through Kaizen, and make closing remarks. This is the first conference being held after the completion of National Kaizen Project Phase 2. I'd like to commend Ministry of Labor and Social Security and Kaizen Institute of Zambia, KIZ, for the efforts that have led to the successful holding of this year's conference without JICA's support. As you may be well aware, JICA's support of Japanese-style Kaizen for Africa dates back to April 2005, when the 50th Asia-African Conference was held in Indonesia. At that occasion, the government of Japan made a pledge as a part of its strategy partnership initiative by launching ODA project to help develop the business environment to promote investment in Africa. It is gratifying to note that many African countries have introduced Kaizen through JICA's technical cooperation since then. Here in Zambia too, we have provided technical assistance to the government of Zambia for the introduction and promotion of Kaizen in this country since 2008, and just completed the National Kaizen project last month. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kaizen as an effective method to best utilize resources is not only effective to the industrial sector, but also in the public sector as well. The private sector plays a vital role in ensuring that it provides a firm foundation for the country's economic development, creation of employment, as well as poverty alleviation. Therefore, this sector needs to be supported by all stakeholders in order for them to ultimately translate into the economic development. Kaizen is one of the effective tools that can be used to achieve this end. For the public sector too, Kaizen will lead to effective delivery of services and foster national development. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this role of Kaizen is ever more important in Zambia, especially now, because Zambia needs to build back better itself with limited resources due to the public financial constraint and the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, Kaizen also represents Japanese corporate culture, which President Hakainde Hichilema requested specifically to Japanese ambassador to bring into Zambia when they had a meeting before. In this context, I am very pleased to have observed that our cooperation bore fruit in form of the wonderful presentations given by all the participants today. I'd like to offer my compliment on all of your continuous effort made even in this difficult time. I hope and trust that the achievements of our Kaizen support will be further sustained and rolled out nationwide by KIZ under the auspices of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. As I conclude, I'd like to praise again the organizers of today's event, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, KIZ, and other organizers involved for successfully holding this event with your excellent hospitality, and all the participants for your great achievements and contribution. With these words, I officially close the 2022 National Kaizen Conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The 2022 National Kaizen Conference has been officially closed. Thank you for coming. I wish you safe trips back to your homes. Thank you so much. See you next year.
Hello, you are not thanking us who have joined virtually.
Hello. For those who've been joining us virtually, thank you so much. We didn't forget you. I think it was network problem. Thank you, virtual participants. Thank you for your time. Wako pa.